Jesus, that was dramatic. Hey, everybody. Jesus, that was dramatic. Oh, God, I've got an echo. That was dramatic. Oh. Hey, everybody. Hey, Nash. She's like, serious music. Hey, everybody. Hey, Kendo. One-Eyed Flo. Olip. Shenazzy Trinkets. Rhonda. Sherry. Sin. Sarah. Celts. Amy C. Jillian. Cramit. Annie Jean. Good evening, Heavenly. Good evening. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Shank you. Okay, so I'm going to give y'all a little storm update. Just give me a second. BJ just got gifted a membership in Queen Bee. Don't they always? Jillian, I have not checked my email yet today. Welcome in, everybody. Language of horses. Yes, I'm safe. Hey, Lisa. Your knickers. Thank you so much. Choo choo. Yeah, I'll give you an update. Hold on. Let me get my screen set up here. I know I always fucking say that. Hang on, let me get my screen. So anyways, I might be like riding the storm out at home. So I got a room for tomorrow and Friday. Windy app. I don't. I need to get it, sweet one. The thing is, I think the bridge is going to be out by the morning. So it looks like I'm probably riding it out here. Shell says, sorry for blowing up your phone. The chat made me do it. Thanks, Shell. What would I do without y'all? I'm here. Thank you for your super chat, Shell. Oh, the lava lamp's behind me. Oh my gosh. Lava lamp is behind me. Diana HB just became a new cooter. Helen, there's Helen. There you are. Good to see you. Hey, Lilith. Survivor. Sherry. Oh, Sherry. Thank you so much, Sherry, for your $20 super sticker. Who's Reed Timmer? Agent. Well, riding the storm out. Well, I heard it's not going to be as bad. Thank you, Diana. Let's do a quick update here. Oh, okay. Well, okay. So get this. Oh, I got to grab my phone. Fuck. Hold on 1 second. I got to play you guys something. Some creepy shiz.
Just help a brother out here.
All right. I hope you guys are going to be chilling. Am I not working? What? Say what? Can you guys hear me? Wait, can you guys, am I live? What are you talking about? Okay, y'all are tripping me out. Hey, Andy, what's up? Hey, Captain Ganja. And what the hell are y'all talking about? I just got up and came back. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Okay, I'm live then. I know I got several missed calls here. Listen to this, though. Here. Oh, they're talking about the commands. Yeah, it should work.
Creek town, dude.
Isn't that weird? Bad boys, what you want, what you want, what you gonna do? You're worried about what animals? All the animals down here? This sounded like, oh, Kendo, thank you. I just got a donation from Kendo. Did it work? So the cops go around, right? And they let people know you're in an evacuation area. You know, basically we're not going to fuck with you. But I think we're going to be all right. I'm going to show you guys the radar and stuff and show you where I'm at. And then tomorrow, oh, look at JLR was live earlier in the rain. But tomorrow, you guys, is when it's going to be nasty here. See, this shit ain't going to hit until later. Hang on. It's like the calm before the storm. Here we go. Let's pull this one up. I hope you guys are ready to just hang out with me for a while tonight. Oh, Life's a Dance. I did. And we're going to be going over it for sure, for sure. We going to be hanging out during this storm here. But anyways, tomorrow what I'm planning on doing is showing you guys some action. What's going on, around my area. Tonight, y'all are riding it out with me. Okay. So you see the spaghetti models. I feel like a weather indicator now. What a meteorologist. Jackie says, I'm in. I don't chat much, but I'm in. I thought maybe we could go over. There's something I've been wanting to watch with you guys. So we're going to do, yes, Hurricane Party. NOAA app. I don't. I know JLR was in Tampa, I saw. Thank you, Shala. Thank you, everybody. I do have plenty of snacks and supplies, but see, we're at Thursday AM. Let's pause that. Okay, so where I'm at is around Tampa. I know you can't see my cursor, but you can see where it says 92%. Oh, Cantora's in Pensacola. You are live with Every Day with Jay. We are checking out the arrival times. Spivey, thank you so much for your Cash App, Spivey. You're awesome. Thank you. We'll see what's going on tomorrow. I still have my reservation. So if it gets dicey and we can get out of here tomorrow, we will. But we couldn't check in till 3. So that's where I screwed up. I should have got the room for Wednesday into Thursday. It did. I said thank you, Kendo. Thank you. Yes, it did. It did. Hey, Mike. Thank you so much, Kendo. And thank you, Spivey. Yes. So if we have to leave tomorrow, we can. Yes. Yes. I live around your uncle. I'm sure you guys have a lot of family that lives around, like that around here. It's a pretty popular area. The thing about flooding, though, is that I'm far enough away from the coast that I don't have to worry about the storm surge. Diana. Yes, you can take your dogs. Oh, happy early birthday, Shala. Well, I guess the wind is going to be the least of our worries here. They say more of the flooding in the storm surge. But if you see where it says Thursday AM, and then you see Tampa, right? 8 a.m. right there. But we're going to start getting these outer bands. Where you see the green, the yellow, the orange, and the red. We're going to start getting those bands of rain swirling around. And that's what we're going to get. A shit ton of rain. Schools were, yes, we're on the dirty side of things. Schools were closed today already. So they closed down schools today till the end of the week. Let's keep watching. I'm on a tilt-a-whirl. A tilt-a-rain. Cape Coral and Naples. Oh, so yes, let's talk about where this storm is going. Because right now, it's on me, right? Now look. Right now, it's coming up the Gulf, but when it hits the panhandle of Florida, it's going to go up through western Georgia, straight up into middle Tennessee. And it looks like it could either go into western, but it looks like it's definitely going to go up through eastern and middle Tennessee, and then into Ohio and Indiana, and then probably up into Michigan. And I hear that you guys need rain in Tennessee, but what does that mean for the search for Sebastian Rogers? What does that mean for that? That's what I was thinking about. I'm like, you know, they had tornadoes rip through right before he went missing, and now this. Yeah, so it's really going through fast, and they're predicting it to be at least a 3, maybe a 4. Cage Dalton says Helene has been the name used multiple times over the years. This could be the year they finally retire the Helene name. Soggy ass cooters. So you guys up north, you're going to get some rain from this. But is this going to do, negative things to the search for Sebastian? Hey, Leslie and Billy. I will. It's been extremely dry. That's going to fill in all those bodies of water and stuff. So basically, the most important thing is for us to make sure everything's put away outside. Let's look at this radar. Make sure everything's put away outside because you don't want shit flying around. Ryan Hall and JB have her at a Cat 4 tomorrow at 2. Houston is a dry cooter. Sounds like a personal problem. Riding it out, low battery mode helped me flush toilets with buckets of water. I survived a Cat 5. It gave me confidence. Annie Ruler, you are a champ. It's not fun. It's not fun. It's been raining on and off since yesterday. It was a tornado in upper Tennessee. I think now there isn't clues on the ground. This seems like another Summer Wells case. God, I hope not. Gray Pearl. Do I have a generator? I don't. Torrential rain in Atlanta. Well, you stay safe there. Houston, we have a problem. We have a big problem. Did you guys watch that interview with Stearns and his parents? See, because look at Thursday at 8 a.m., so that's tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., they have it at a 2. And then 12 hours later, it's going to be making landfall. So we're going to have, I have candles. I have all that shiz. Flashlights. The only thing that's going to suck is not having power. If you lose power, it's a pain in the ass. Brandon, you felt bad for him? Bug spray? I have bug spray. I wish you had a I know. You were waiting to watch it with me? Booze, weed, food, and drinks. We're good. We're good. All good. But isn't that crazy how it goes from the middle of the Gulf to frickin' landfall in 12 hours? We got gas in the car. Yeah, all good. Coffee. I've got coffee and creamer. Coffee and creamer. Yeah, it's moving really fast. Poor Cedar Key. Cedar Key is one of my favorite places in Florida. And they get nailed every time. Dog and cat food, dog and cat treats. It's not legal there, Kimbo. Can you imagine if that was your son? No parents are perfect, but they didn't set out to raise a child to do this. Oh, man. Brandon, I get it. I get it. But it wasn't new behavior. That's what bothers me. I know, Deb. I'm all set. Brandon, what bothers me about Stern's parents is that this isn't new, you know? So there's the spaghettis. But see, these things can turn. They don't have it projected to turn towards me. So I'm over here where it says Tampa. I'm just below that. I'm on that little peninsula right below the A in Tampa. I know, Gray Pearl. That's what I'm thinking. Something ain't right in that family. Yeah, I felt they were a little off to me. A little off to me. Like his mom allegedly, according to a friend, paid off his buddy that found, things on his computer before. And that was when he was younger. I think this is not new to Mr. Soto either. Sorry, my gut. You mean Juan? Just south of Dunedin. Mm-hmm. I love Dunedin. Cram it, I would say 20 minutes from the water. You sent me a link? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to get some live feeds going. Chill. Key West Cam. We watched this one the last time. This is from Sloppy Joe's in Key West. Let's see what it's doing down there. Nothing. Look. It's not doing anything. It's not even raining in Key West. Isn't that weird? It's dry. Hold on. Let's go to Mallory Square. Here we go. We got some wind in Key West. All right, let me turn that down a little bit. This is the one we watched where we heard the roosters. That wind doesn't sound good. The southernmost point. Let's go to that one. Oh, yeah, it is getting slammed. Remember we were watching this last time, if you guys were here. We watched this, and these people got out and were taking pictures and shit. Remember? And they got the kid out of the car. I was like, what are you doing? And they got out for like a photo op. Do y'all remember that? So we did this, I think, oh my God. 2 years ago. No, we did this 2 years ago. But this is a live look at the southernmost point of the U.S. And you could see the water is a splashing. I was shocked. People were taking pics by it all day? Oh, yeah. White boy, what's up? I just got done watching you, dude. I just got done watching you. Hey, Janice. Good to see you. Turlin's Ken. Oh, things are just getting crazy. Is Terralyn out there? Things are getting crazy with this case, y'all. Granny today? That was fucking weird. That was weird. Rewind it? Oh, you can rewind it. There's the little buoy earlier. Look, there's these idiots. Look, we're at the southernmost point. Oh, it was Roberta. I agree. Oh, let me get my soundboard. Roberta, I gotta have my Roberta when you're in here. I lived in Fort Myers for high school. We got hurricane days and would go surfing at Sanibel Island. Oh, I'm about 20 minutes, white boy. I was so funny when you were freaking pointing out where like JLR is, me, I am, Betty is. Hey, Romad. He said, Jay, this reminds me of like our late night streams hanging out. Exactly. Andy, you expected him. I know. What was that all about? That was effed up, man. Literally all Granny was doing was sitting there playing. This morning she went live and she was just playing one of Seth's interviews and proving her point with his own words. And Nick came in hot. And he was just like calling her the queen skunk. And then he had like a skunk emoji with a boxing glove. I was like, what? And she's like, why are you threatening me? And then he doxed her on X, posting her personal information. Yeah, it was weird. Like she wasn't even talking about him. It's like Nick has taken the spot of trolling for Seth. Like whoever, I don't know. I feel like we've been trolled all of these months. But now we know who it is. Like now we know where it's coming from instead of it being randos, I think, from TikTok. Now he's taken over as like the professional troll that's distracting, if that makes sense. But it's crazy. She's listening to Jen Soto's journal. Who is? Look at these people. It's not even as bad though. Look at these idiots. It's so funny when a big wave comes and hits them though. Oh, she is. Yeah, that is disturbing. That whole case is disturbing. He thinks he's a thug, but he's nothing but a con man who got caught. I'm the least tech savvy person, but that membership link says expired. What am I doing wrong? I shouldn't say expired. Do they not know about rogue waves? No, they don't. These people. I don't know why I find it so damn funny, but she's getting splat. Watch. He's like, take the damn picture already. Watch. Watch. She said, fuck it. Watch. That's hilarious. Watch. She's going to turn. She's like, take it. What's up, Cricket? She said, oh, fuck. Meanwhile, these people are waiting for their turn. Get up there, kids. They send their 4 kids up there. The little girl's like, fuck. So stupid. Oh, my God. Oh, she's back. She's got someone with her now. She's like, it's okay, honey. It is so stupid. Hey, hometown. Hey, are you safe, hometown? Yeah, Robin, we did. And they keep coming, I'm sure. Let's keep going. Let's see. We get any more visitors? Crazy asses. Who's going to go out there now? Oh, I see cars driving by, but I don't see people getting... They're like, nope, never mind. You're in a flood zone? Oh, shit. Yeah, we're staying too, at least right now. We have a hotel for tomorrow. It's just a matter of if we can get out of here and if we need to. If it's bad tomorrow, then we'll try to leave. But I don't know if the bridge is going to be opened. We're going forward in time. Look at these people in their little cart. Oh. These people. Next thing you know, JLR is going to pop up. Y'all are too much. No, that's funny. Oh, no eyes. That is scary. No, I didn't, Cricket. I know, Nash. If it's bad, we will. I mean, I have the room, but I should have got the room for tonight. You know what I'm saying? Look at that lady. You're on the wrong side, lady. Oh. Oh, is she going to get a rogue wave? Watch. Oh. She's just standing there, too. Kendo, thank you so much for your PayPal. Appreciate you. In Tampa, hometown, just by the airport. Is saltwater good for iPhones? I don't think so. I don't think so. Did you guys know? Oh, you know what I heard? Thank you again, Kendo. That was really nice of you. Oh, ministry, thank you. That's so sweet. Tell your husband hello. Listen. Oh, what's he doing? I was going to say something and I forgot. These people are nuts. Look, come on, Dad. It's okay. Just stand on the... oh, watch. He's like, come on, Dad. It's all right. Watch. He's a spot. These people. Look at these little kids, though. That's nuts, dude. I would never have my kids that close to the edge. That's insane. No, the water's not cold at all. The water's super warm. That's why that hurricane is going to pick up speed. It's been super freaking hot. I wonder what the temperature is of the Gulf. Let's see what it is by me. Or we'll do Naples. So 88 degrees. The water's 88 degrees. At least by Naples. So it's probably warmer down there. It's warm AF. It looks chilly, doesn't it, though, Shell? Your son is in the Navy and loves this weather. He's a rescue swimmer. Oh, wow. Yeah, so that's what happens. Like, it's the water's so warm. That's why it gains so much momentum. That's why it's going from a 2 to a 4 in such a short amount of time. You're in Tennessee and you're not looking forward to this? Well, I'll be here for you, Andy, when it's your time. It was only in the 60s up there. Hey, Bucket List has holes. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa Oldhams and Arrowin. Good to see all of you. Christina, Light Fawn. Let's see. Are they going to get out? Nope. They said nope. Just get a pick. Let's go. That was funny. Come on, Dad. It's all right. There's another golf cart. Golf cart cooters. I can't believe the train of cars. I've been there too. I've gotten out and done my picture, but not in a damn storm. Fucking trolleys coming by too. Look. Folks, we're going by the most southern part of the USA. Oh, here we go. More people. I know the whole ass trolley. Thank you, No Eyes. There's another golf cart cooter. Oh, come on. Come on, Sherry. Hurry, let's do a selfie. Oh. Oh, they made it. We went there in the 90s and some guy offered my mom drugs outside of Hemingway House. She was so confused.
Creek Town, dude.
Thank you for subscribing, Metal Mommy. Hey, 911 Crime Time. Mrs. Fletcher. Nicole. So tonight we're riding
Creek
it out.
Town, dude.
Because we're not getting hit till tomorrow. My Dumas should have gotten the room tonight and tomorrow. I got it for tomorrow and Friday. Spivey, again, thank you. So we have a room tomorrow and I can cancel it up to 6 p.m. Look at that cart. That thing's cool. Uh-oh, here comes a dude. Look at. Oh, shit. Pay attention. Oh. Oh. He's unbothered. And his sandals. Looks like my damn brother. But anyways, we have a room that we can check into. We can cancel it up until tomorrow at 6 p.m. So if we can get out of here, unless the bridges are closed, and if it's bad, we can still go. And that's what we were planning on doing. But oh, here's some more Dumases. A whole group of them. Okay, who's going to take the picture? Okay, Sandy, you take it, and then I'll take it. Oh, here's a scooter cooter. They better figure out who's taking the
Just help a
picture.
brother out
Oh,
here.
I'll take it. Ganja, what's up? Prayers to you, Jay. My dad is riding it out near Tampa. Love your channel. Been here since the Idaho 4. Thanks so much for your super chat, Ganja, and I hope your dad stays safe as well. Yes, everyone. You don't think they're going to close the Howard Franklin? Well, if they don't close the Howard Franklin, I can get out of here. But someone's saying that Tampa's all freaking flooded. But we haven't had any rain. Why is it flooded? Coburger tomorrow, really? Those shoes are going to reek. Mrs. Fletcher, I thought it was so fucking weird. We were just talking about that. Oh, if I see Betty, if I find your green screen floating, I'll grab it for you. If I see that wrinkled up green screen floating down the road, I'll grab it. Look at these two. Cheese.
You need something?
Cheese.
You need something? You need anything, honey?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Checking on you.
Uh-huh. Thanks. No, Brandon, I haven't. The green Dollar Tree tablecloth. Yes, Pop Pop says hi. They will if water starts coming over the bridge. I thought they did sometimes close it. Yeah, don't let them fool you, Courtney. Aw, Barbara, thank you. I appreciate you, Barbara. But Mrs. Smith, I thought it was...
Town, dude.
Or Mrs. Fletcher. I can't remember who asked me. It was either Miss Smith or Miss Fletcher. I have been here since Periscope and Oni. Jody, oh my God. Oh, I know. It's so sweet. Don't let them fool you. You have, Jody? Damn. You've been around for lots of stuff. I think they close it with a certain wind speed. Ganja. Wop, 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 wop. I've been dying to watch something with you guys, though. Were you really, Arrowin? I hate when people feel like they have to pick. You don't have to pick. Water over bridges. Ugh, I know. Nightmares. Nightmares are made of, Lisa. You just sit in the bushes? Well, I'm glad you came out of the bushes to say hi. Shit. I ain't got too many OGs around like that. Look at this dude standing on the edge. Living on the edge. Aw, Arrowin, well, we're happy to have you. Yeah, so Nick came into Granny's chat. She wasn't even talking about him. She was playing one of Seth's videos and talking about that. And then he just started going off. You went through Hugo. Wow, Ministry of Defense been around since Watts. Have you guys changed your names a lot? Yeah, he was being a jerk to Granny. It was. I didn't like that today. It was like a bomb out of nowhere. It was really weird. Like, Granny didn't deserve that. She didn't do anything wrong. She's just playing videos like all of us do. Talk about leaving us unattended. The box. Yeah, there was a boxing glove. I've always kept the same name. I'm newer to the true crime. I came from Girl World. What's that? Lucid, I didn't know anything about her dad being put out there. So he came in and she was talking about Seth and going over an interview from Pascal. And she was really passionate. She was really making some good points. And it seems like whenever someone's making a good point, Hometown Cooter says no, same name. But she was making some good points and all she was doing was playing a video. And he's like, hey, Tiffany B. He's like, oh, I think I found the Queen Skunk or something. And I'm like, yes, Choo Choo. Best advice I could give you. But, you know, people have changed their names. He put a news article about her dad. Oh, I didn't even see that. I don't know. I don't like bringing people's parents into it. Damn. I don't like any of it. I don't like any of it. Oh, shit. Have you guys seen this new Gabby Petito body cam? Brian Laundrie's parents. Newly released body cam shows Brian Laundrie's parents refusing to cooperate with police. Have y'all seen this? Oh, shit. You guys, let's watch it. Chris and frickin' Roberta. Bastards.
Roberta.
We're going to get mad at them all over again. Hold on. Let's fix this. So I guess this is from Northport Police. I'm not really sure, but they go to the door. This is the day that Gabby was reported missing. And her parents were like, you know, trying to get a hold of them, et cetera, et cetera. So Gabby has been officially reported missing finally in New York. Because they had a hell of a time even getting it done. But can you believe it's been since 2021 already? Crazy. It's just weird looking at it going 2021. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago. But it was. I know. Poor Gabby. As soon as this ad's over, we'll unmute. I think it looks a bit like it's like 6 minutes long, 6 or 7 minutes long. It says that police also noted that they could see Gabby's van in the driveway. It is Northport. There's her van. Hey, Lilith. No, Lucid, I didn't. I did not. I'm missing everything. We need that song. Yeah, this was just released.
Northport Police Department.
Yes.
How you doing, sir? I apologize for bothering you. I have the detective on the phone.
I'm not talking to anybody right now.
You don't want to talk to us?
No.
Okay, she's on the phone. You don't want to talk to her now?
No.
Okay, when was the last time that you saw Brian and Gabriel?
Well, Brian is here.
Brian is here?
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying.
Wow.
And that's all that you're saying?
Yeah, we have an attorney. They've been calling, I don't know. That's all I want to say. I don't know why so many attorneys are aware
Okay.
they're calling, so I can give you his number.
Whose number? The attorney's number?
Yeah.
Okay, I would like that, please, so I can give it to the detective. Thank you.
Probably Lilith. Could you guys hear that? Look at those sorry asses. This is September 11th, 2021. Probably, be frank. I bet it was.
Northport Police Department.
Yes.
How you doing, sir? I apologize for bothering you. I have the detective on the phone.
I'm not talking to anybody right now.
You don't want to talk to us?
No.
Okay, she's on the phone. You don't want to talk to her now?
No.
Okay, when was the last time that you saw Brian and Gabriel?
Well, Brian is here.
Brian is here?
Yeah, and that's all I'm going to say.
And that's all you're saying?
Yeah, we have an attorney. They've been calling. I don't know. That's all I want to say. I don't know why so many attorneys are aware
Okay.
they're calling. So I can give you his number.
We have an attorney.
Whose number? The attorney's number?
Yeah.
Okay, I would like that, please, so I can give it to the detective. Thank you.
Wow. You think he's plastered, Jillian? Here they come.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And just to let the detective know, is Gabriel here or no?
No.
She's not here. Okay.
The fellow was here last night.
Yeah. Okay. So is this her
Wait.
vehicle? Her van?
It's both of them.
Is both of them? Okay.
Bye.
All right.
Wait,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
wow. Horrible people. Horrible.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And just to let the detective know, is Gabriel here or no?
No.
She's not here. Okay.
The fellow was here last night.
Yeah. Okay. So is this her vehicle? Her van?
It's both of them.
Is both of them? Okay.
Bye.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hello. Yeah. Yes, and it's all on my body cam. Okay.
Me too, Lilith.
All right. I'm gonna notify. They said that
That was her
that Gabriel's
van.
not here. That's all they're saying. That his son is here, but Gabriel's not, and they're not talking. And then he said that they're tired of being harassed or being called. That by the family. Okay, and his name is Steven Bertolino. That's the attorney's number.
Oh, God. This is where it all began,
And
guys.
his office number. And his cell phone is.
Good night, Donnie D. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out tonight, guys.
Is there anything on my part that I can do to assist you? I mean, do you need me to notify my detective bureau?
Yeah.
Yes?
Definitely do that,
Okay.
she says.
What information I have here, her parents last physically heard from her on August 27th, and they were supposedly out in Wyoming. His sister now just told me another story about that he left her out there and flew home, and yet you're seeing the van in their driveway and they won't tell you where she is.
Yeah, and I asked him right now in front of you, who does that van belong to, and he says both of them.
Yeah, it's registered to her, and her family feels that it's hers. So I don't know how it works out there. And her phone's been off now for 10 days. And there's been no contact with her whatsoever. So I don't know if that van's a crime scene. How did it return there? If he supposedly flew home, there's definitely some issues going on.
Okay, you have the tag on
you
the.
could put them in touch with me.
You have the tag on the.
Maybe notify a supervisor too. I don't know how it works.
Yes,
for
I
you guys
will.
out there.
I'll definitely notify a supervisor on this. The tag is Queen Frank Tom Golf 03.
Yes, that's what I have on my missing person report. Because they
Thank
were supposedly
God,
on
New
this
York.
road trip in that van.
That's New York he's talking to, I think.
Police Department. Is it Chris?
Oh, there's more.
Chris, this is Sergeant Selzer with the Police Department.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I hate to bother you. I know you've already said you don't want to speak or don't want to help us. I'm trying to figure out something for parents. You guys as parents, all they want is their daughter to know that she's safe. So I don't know where it all started before. I don't know what's transpired.
Where the
I
hell's
don't know
Brian?
anything about that. I'm here to know if you guys know anything. it would let the parents at ease and go from there.
Well, we don't know anything.
Okay.
And that's all.
I mean, anything that you guys would be able to give them is any type of help. Last time your son saw her, anything like that.
No,
Am I able to talk to your son? The other officer said.
He's not going to talk to anybody.
Okay.
We're not going to talk to anybody.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna lay it out for you if you want.
They
The
should
New
have
York
arrested him.
detectives are a little pissed, and they want me to do a whole bunch of things that I'm trying to
Well,
avoid.
then you have to do what you got to do, and we're not going to. That's that.
Okay. I mean, as a parent, you wouldn't want to know where it happened with
I
your.
understand what you're saying, but thank you.
I mean,
No, we're not going to.
it makes it very odd, don't you think? From my point of view,
Well,
Chris.
goodbye. For now, you couldn't call our attorney. I gave you a phone number.
I don't have your attorney, and an attorney's not going to answer at 10,
Well, I
11
don't know,
o'clock at
but
night.
I'm not speaking to anybody.
Yeah, we're not comfortable
without
talking
an
to
attorney.
anybody.
So that's that.
Yeah.
Okay. So the van is
Wow.
only registered to her. Okay?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm not really sure.
Well, I'm going to tell you. I'm telling you. The
Okay.
title on the state of Florida is it's only hers.
Okay.
So it's not supposed to be here.
Okay,
So I'm going to take a tow truck and get it. Is a car in the way?
that's my car. I can move it.
I mean, so you don't have any issue with us taking the van?
If that's what you're saying, you got to do. You got to do.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm not speaking to you anymore.
Yeah, without our attorney. But
Okay.
I can move the car for you.
You don't find that odd that you guys
Good
really?
night. Good night.
Okay.
Don't knock on my door anymore.
Okay. Are you going to move the car?
Wow.
Okay.
Roberta,
Don't knock on my door anymore. These people are jerks. They are awful.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And just to let the detective know, is Gabriel here or no?
No.
She's not here. Okay.
Yeah, the fellow was here last night.
Yeah. Okay. So
Wait,
is this
what
her
does he
vehicle?
say? I thought
van?
I saw her last night. Is he drunk or something?
Thank you, I appreciate it. And just to let the
Yeah.
detective know, is Gabriel here or no?
No.
She's not here.
help
Hey,
brother.
Kendall,
The
welcome.
fellow was here last night.
Yeah. Okay. So is this her vehicle? Her van?
It's both. The fellow was here last night.
Yeah. Okay. So is detective knows Gabriel here or no?
No.
She's not here. Okay.
Yeah, the fellow was here last night.
A fella was here last night. A fella was here last night. I'm like, oh, I told a fella last night, what you doing back here today? Yeah, they're from New York. They're from New York.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And just to let the detective know, is Gabriel here or no?
No.
She's not here. Okay.
Yeah, the fellow was here last night.
Yeah. Okay. So is this her vehicle? Her van?
It's both of them.
Is both of them? Okay.
Bye.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hello. Yeah. Yes, and it's all on my body cam. Okay. All right. I'm gonna notify.
Horrible, horrible
They
people.
said that Gabriel's not here. That's all they're saying. That his son is here, but Gabriel's not, and they're not talking. And then he said that they're tired of being harassed or being
Hey,
called.
Ludwig.
That by the family. Okay, and
They're tired of being harassed by Gabby's family.
his name is Steven Bertolino. That's the attorney's number. And his office number.
All good, Ludwig. Jesus. All good.
And his cell phone is.
Jesus. This is new, Tiffany.
Is there anything on my part that I can do to assist you? I mean, do you need me to notify my detective bureau?
Yeah.
Yes?
Definitely do that because I think
They knew.
Okay.
New York was on it.
what information I have here, her parents last physically heard from her on August 27th, and they were supposedly out in Wyoming. His sister now just told me another story about that he left her out there and flew home, and yet you're seeing the van in their driveway and they won't tell you where she is.
Yeah, and I asked him right now in front of you, who does that van belong to, and he says both of them.
Yeah, it's registered to her, and her family feels that it's hers. So I don't know how it works out there. And her phone's been off now for 10 days, and there's been no contact with her whatsoever. So I don't know if that van's a crime scene. How did it return there? If he supposedly flew home, there's definitely some issues going on.
Okay, you have the tag on the.
Put them in touch with me.
You have the tag on the.
Maybe notify a supervisor too. I don't know how it works.
Yes,
She's like, I don't know how y'all work, but
I'll notify supervisor.
I need to talk to
The
these
tag is
motherfuckers.
Queen Frank Tom Golf 03.
Yeah, that's what I have on my missing person report, because they were supposedly on this road trip in that van.
Police department. Is it Chris? Chris, this is Sergeant Selzer with the police department.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I hate to bother you. I know you've already said you don't want to speak or don't want to help us. I'm trying to figure out something for parents. You guys as parents, all they want is their daughter to know that she's safe. So I don't know where it all started before. I don't know what's transpired. I don't know anything about that. I'm here
White boy, are you still here?
to know if you guys know anything. It would let the parents at ease and go from there.
Well, we don't know anything.
Okay.
And that's-
We don't know anything.
I mean, anything that you guys would be able to give them is any type of help. Last time your son saw her, anything like that.
no-
Am I able to talk to your son? The other officer said,
he's not going to talk to anybody.
Okay.
We're not going to talk to anybody.
they could have at least
okay.
made Brian show
I mean,
his face.
I'm gonna lay it out for you if you want. The New York detectives are a little pissed, and they want me to do a whole bunch of things that I'm trying to avoid.
They're a little pissed, and they want me to do things I'm trying to avoid. And Chris Laundrie's like, well, do what you got to do.
You have to do what you got to do, and we're not going to. That's that.
Okay.
We're not going to ask that. Okay, at the very least, I remember this being a problem. Because they said, oh, yeah, we were there, but we never put eyes on Brian. So technically, we don't even know if Brian was really there. I mean, the way they're acting with not opening the door all the way, I kind of feel like he is, but what do you guys think?
As a parent, you wouldn't want to know where it happened with
I
your...
understand what you're saying, but thank you.
I mean,
No, we're not going to.
it makes it very odd, don't you think? From my point of view,
Well,
Chris.
goodbye for now. You couldn't call our attorney and give your phone number.
I don't have your attorney, and an attorney's not going to answer at 10,
I
11
don't know,
o'clock
but
at night.
I'm not speaking to anybody.
Yeah, we're not comfortable
without
talking
an
to anybody.
attorney. So that's that.
Yeah.
Okay. So the van is only registered to her. Okay?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm not really sure.
Well, I'm going to tell you. I'm telling you. The
Okay.
title on the state of Florida is it's only hers.
Okay.
So it's not supposed to be here.
Okay,
So I'm going to take a tow truck and get it. Is a car in the way?
that's my car. I can move it.
I mean, so you don't have any issue with us taking the van?
If that's what you're saying, you got to do. You got to do.
Yeah,
But right now, I'm not speaking to you anymore.
Yeah, without our attorney.
Okay.
I can move the car for you.
You don't find that odd that you guys
Good
really...
night. Good night.
Okay.
Don't knock on my door anymore.
Okay, are you going to move the car?
I'll move it.
Okay.
Weirdos. So they moved the Mustang. The Mustang was behind her van from what I could see. Hold on. Let's go back to the very beginning. I believe the Mustang that he drove away in was behind Gabby's van.
Coming at you fast.
Shit.
Frontier Fiber 7.
Another ad. But I think the gray Mustang, dude, Northport is... I can't.
Good to go.
I know. First time hearing Roberta. Yeah, see the Mustangs right there? Oh, shit. The Mustang's parked behind the van. So Brian came home. The van is parked, and then they parked the Mustang right behind the van. Poor Gabby. I know the Stearns live in that neighborhood. Like, what the freak? Northport is weird. So this was, what was that timeline? This was November 11th. Let me see. Because I think that New York detective said they talked to Brian's sister. Okay, so here's the timeline. August 12th, they had the altercation in Moab. And that was when the witness called 911. On the 27th was when they argued in that Wyoming restaurant. And that was just hours before Gabby disappeared. So August 27th was when the last time she was heard from. August 30th, Petito's family received a message, but they don't think it was her. And then you go 10 days to the 11th. Petito's family reported her missing 10 days after Laundrie returned from their trip without her. He had been home 10 days. You were right. And then on the 19th, her remains were found in Wyoming. And then in October, they find his remains. On September 23rd, they put out the federal arrest warrant, and then they found him in October. Yeah, they were camping at that Fort DeSoto Park, I'm telling you. That's why Dog the Bounty Hunter was searching there. Because they went and camped. Let me see what date that was. Because he flew home to go camping, right? They camped from the September 6th to 7th. Oh, wow. Okay. So he got home. They camped the 6th and 7th. They stayed at Waterfront Campsite number 1 at Fort DeSoto Park. The camping trip was 1 week after Brian returned home without Gabby. No, you don't have to get there by boat, but there's little islands out there. Here, I'll show you. Hold up. But that's why Dog was out there, because Dog is the one that actually found out that they stayed there. Remember, he pulled the records from the park? None of us even knew they were at Fort DeSoto, and then Dog got involved, and he outed the records. And I'm sure those were given to him by somebody, you know? All right, let me get this screen right. Oh, I wanted to show you guys there was more people. This one's got a rain jacket. Yeah, they had already camped and came back home. So he was home a week. They go camping. And then they come back, and Gabby's still not reported missing. Her parents just hadn't heard from her. Let's see if we can find some footage. Because all my videos are gone. Let's see what this one is.
The manhunt for Brian Laundrie nearing its 4th week, and now police in Northport, Florida say that they had Laundrie under surveillance, quote, as best as they legally could, end quote, before he vanished. They say they never spoke with him, but had eyes on him. In the meantime, famed
BS.
bounty hunter Dog is continuing with his own search.
Hold
However,
on.
the Daily Mail, they did some digging on Dog and what could happen if he actually does find laundry. For more on that, we want to get right over to Marina Morocco. I mean, that's something I guess we never really thought about. I mean, can he arrest him right away? What's the deal?
Yeah, Angie. Well, Dwayne Chapman, better known as Dog the Bounty Hunter, joined the search for Brian Laundrie last month, focusing on a Florida campsite. However, if he were to find Brian Laundrie, he would not be able to arrest him or even detain him without running the risk of being charged with kidnapping. Bounty hunters in Florida, they are required to be licensed as bail agents. And according to the Daily Mail, Dog is not, nor is he licensed as a private investigator, meaning that there is no legal difference between Dog and any other citizen who decides to join the search. Also, Dog is a convicted felon, which means he cannot own a gun. He was arrested back in 1976 for his participation in a drug deal gone bad and was convicted of first-degree murder. Dog says he is still trying to clear his name. And according to the Daily Mail, the only license that Dog currently possesses is a license to sell insurance in Hawaii. However, there is nothing illegal about Dog searching for Laundrie. The tip line that he has set up has reportedly received about 3,000 tips on Laundrie's whereabouts. And apparently Dog has been turning over things that he considers evidence back to the FBI, Angie.
Oh, wow.
Has been turning over my only license that Dog says he is still trying to clear his name. And according to the Daily Mail, the only license that Dog currently possesses is a license to sell insurance in Hawaii. However, there is nothing illegal about Dog searching for Laundrie. The tip line that he has set up has reportedly received about 3,000 tips on Laundrie's whereabouts. And apparently Dog has been turning over things that he considers evidence back to the FBI, Angie.
Oh, wow. So we'll see what happens. I mean, who knows? Maybe he will find him, and then we'll take it from there. Search continues.
Everyone's got the same reaction every time Dog gets involved. Hold on, let's see. Here we go. Watch this. This is September 25th. So the cops had been there, right? September 11th, and we see how nasty the Laundries were. So now fast forward 2 weeks. 2 weeks and they still won't talk. And his ass is there banging on the door. Hey, Christian. Look at him. Good night, Helen. He's talking to the neighbor. Thank you, Christian. I will. I will. Look at the neighbor. The neighbor says he comes out to get his mail. Yes, you too, Juno. You stay safe. Look at the cameraman over on the right.
Cut the grass this morning.
Oh, thank you, Tiff. Thank you, Tiffany B.
Last time I seen them was before they went on their trip.
Yeah.
They were in the driveway. They worked on that van.
Hold on, guys.
He says, hold on. Hold my beer. Nash. He says, well, the last time I saw him was before their trip. So they've been like hiding out, right? Guys, these people with the cameras, they literally were camped out there for weeks. Or at least it seemed like weeks. I believe it was weeks. They had the van towed. The FBI got the van. Look at the cameraman leaning on the Mustang. So when this happened, I think Bullhorn Benny and them were at the reserve. They were back and forth between the search and this. Look at his hands on his hips. It looks like pets.
Roberta.
We can't talk right now, I'm sorry.
Why are you looking for them?
We can't talk right now, I'm sorry.
Can you tell us why you're here, sir?
Well,
Look at Brian.
come on. You know. Okay. Aloha, guys. Thank you.
Do you have any tips?
I'm trying to get some.
I'm trying to get some. Dog the bounty hunter finds fresh campsite. Oh, here's some of the search. See, dog was boots on the ground. Shell Island. That's right, it was Shell Island. Where he came across a fresh campsite at the Florida park. Remember, we thought this was Brian. The can of Monster Energy.
Creek Town, dude.
Oh my God. Fort DeSoto. Okay, so there it is. Okay, so I'm like up here, right? Oh, you can't see my damn cursor. But this is where Fort DeSoto Park is. Okay, we're zooming it. There's Fort DeSoto Park. So they were trudging around here, and then there's like little islands off here. Lindsay, I know, it was so weird, wasn't it? You can't make this up. I know it's weird going back, isn't it? Dog the Bounty Hunter shows complete. Wait, what's this? Dog the search continues. Here we go.
Shifting gears to another story we're following closely. Brian Laundrie still nowhere to be found, but new details are emerging about a phone that he bought prior to disappearing.
This search is really heating up. Tisha Lewis joining us now in the newsroom. Tisha, what are the latest developments?
Well, Marina and Andrew, so many developments. In fact, the search for Brian Laundrie is heating up, as you mentioned, Marina, with volunteers now joining the FBI in their efforts. And just in, we've learned FBI agents are eyeing a camper outside Brian Laundrie's family's home. Two agents apparently went inside the camper during a visit to the home today. TMZ reporting that information. They're also reporting the FBI is also looking at surveillance footage from a cell phone store in Northport, Florida, where Laundrie reportedly purchased a phone before going missing. Laundrie's attorney confirms he did buy a cell phone upon returning home from a cross-country trip without Gabby, but added he believes the FBI has that device.
They can get valuable information from that phone and from things he
with
might...
all these experts. I can't with the experts. Oh my God. Brian, let me have you. It was dirty laundries every day. Yes, the hand coming up. Brian was in the garden.
Might have said to the clerk when he was buying the phone.
Meanwhile, Dwayne Dog the Bounty Hunter Chapman contracted a private search and rescue canine team on Wednesday to search Barrier Islands near
the Sunshine, or the what's the name of that canine rescue team here in Pinellas? Oh, I can't remember their names.
DeSoto. The crew of 4 people and 3 canines combed Edgemont Key after Chapman received a tip Laundrie could be hiding off the coast. Even so, the team found no conclusive evidence Laundrie was there. And search teams are also still navigating through parts of a Florida nature preserve looking for any signs of Brian Laundrie. 23-year-old Laundrie remains the only person of interest in the death of his fiancée.
I don't know why she talks like this. Yes, the Peace River. Yes. Lisa, thank you. That's who it was. The Peace River canine rescue. Oh, look at this. Here he is on by his helicopter.
Because I lost a daughter at about the same age, I know what
the parents feel like, okay? And you want justification. You want the guy behind bars. All of it's alleged that he even committed the murder. But circumstantially, it looks like he did. You know, the strongest lead I see is that one of her friends said he had been in the Appalachian Mountains by himself for a couple months. Now, he's not just a camper then, he is a outdoorsman. So in order to do that, I think because of his age, he felt comfortable. If there's anywhere right now that looks the hottest, that could be the area. It all depends on the picture they got of him the other day where they're hunting now, if really that was him. No one has said that. If not, Appalachian Mountains is the best, but it covers several states. So where did he go in at? That's where you start your tracking point. From right when he went into the mountain with dogs. They've got so much infrared. I mean, they're gonna catch him. You know, the only reason I would doubt if he's in the swamp is they've been hunting it really good, okay?
He was in the swamp.
And I'm not sure that was him in the picture. You know, it was blurry, blah, 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 like kind of an old bank robbery picture, right? But you couldn't really tell if that was him. Now, if that was him 100%, he's in the swamp.
Like, what the fuck
okay?
is this?
And then, so
like,
he moves in the night, and he probably sleeps up in the day. Now, the FBI has ultraviolet light tracking. Remember the Boston bomber?
Wait, he's talking about the FBI is tracking. We're going to listen to that. But listen, do you guys remember when Doug from Northport was out there with his infrared camera? And there was that fugitive? There was that fugitive in that cabin. And he was like, he didn't know that person was there. And he put his camera up there and he was like, hello. He was like, hello. And he didn't know someone was in there. Oh my God, we have to find that video. We have to find that video.
How they found the kid in the boat when they went over and the tarp was over him. They've got that. So I'm sure they're using that to cover with drones. I mean, he can't cover with mud. It's not Arnold Schwarzenegger. He can't cover with anything. He's going to light up. You know, I don't think he went to New York or there's been a couple rumors he might have went to Mexico. I've been to Mexico. So if he's down there wanted, a white boy that doesn't know Spanish, the cartel's going to grab him for the reward. So no, he's not down there. You know, I don't think. Who knows? I've had to eat my words before. Sounds like when they got into arguments, she had to eat my words before. Sounds like when they got into arguments, I've had to eat my words before. Sounds like when they got into arguments, she screamed a lot. Now, if he's out in that tent, your voice will go, what, 2 miles? And she's screaming. What if he put his hand over her mouth to shut her up and killed her? Or did he do it worse? It all depends. The autopsy report is out, I believe, how she died, okay? That's gonna be your murder, death penalty sentence. So how do you say it could have been an accident? You know, the guy that murder, how she died, okay? That's gonna be your murder, death penalty sentence. What? So how do you say it could have been an accident? You know, the guy that killed my daughter in a car wreck, right? He passed too, but it was an accident. How do you say that? So, but right now we got to hunt him as a wanted fugitive. So the reason I went to Mr. Landry is because I carry a reputation with me.
Oh no. Guys, he said Landry.
See me every night on Pluto TV. The reputation is he gives you.
You see me every night on Pluto. What?
Second chance every night on Pluto is because I carry a reputation with me. See me every night on Pluto TV. The reputation is he gives you a second chance every night on Pluto TV is because I carry a reputation with me. See me every night on Pluto TV. The reputation is he gives you a second chance. He gonna get you, but he gives you a second chance. So I thought, wow, the dad's gonna, you know, see me and crack and I know the kid knows me, probably one of my fans. So I thought the dad would answer and talk, but I was very persistent without.
He thought that he thought they were fans and they would talk. Maybe Seth is a fan and he's talking.
Disturbing the peace.
No, he said you can see me every night on Pluto TV.
And knocked a few times so they saw it was me. And I didn't play nasty and put a copy of the warrant on their front door, none of that. I was very respectful. And the dad can still reach out to me through social media. Let's get the kid captured alive. Alive. So the next step that I have is to, now we work off leads, okay? We don't have a crystal ball where we can say, oh, there's where he's at. Well, now we work off leads. Somebody knows something. Somebody else knows where he's at, where they dropped him off at, or did they drop him off?
His parents knew where he was. He was right about that. Oh my God, you can watch me every night on Pluto TV.
That person is going to call us. Because again, we're not the police. This is anonymous. We don't have to tell. We are willing to go to extreme measures to find him, whether it's in Mexico, I've got connections there, or anywhere. I think again that he's young enough, not an experienced criminal, but what is his greatest experience? Okay, outdoorsman. That's what he does the best. I don't think he can shoplift and live in the city and be on the run and, you know, sleep at cheap hotels. I think that he is what's in his blood. He's in them hills. On a 1 to 10, he's probably a 6 compared to the outdoorsmen and some of the guys that I've captured. Okay, those 2 New York guys, the one that killed the other guy we was 10 minutes behind him. That's good stuff. So this guy's not experienced like that. We get a scent of a trail. We get a scent, he's done. He's not gonna hide in the trees and dig a cave and all that. He's got a small tent, maybe a knife, because he's got to stay out in the open. Hope parents didn't give him anything else.
The parents!
To protect himself. How's he eating? Got to kill the game. So, you know, just don't walk up on him and say, hey, you're wanted, freeze.
You're wanted, freeze. What?
Got to kill the game. So, you know, just don't walk up on him and say, hey, you're wanted, freeze.
Oh, shit. I'm going to try to find Doug from Northport. Body cam, Brian. Let's see. 3 hours ago. Oh, here it is. This is from your average YouTuber. This is a clip from Doug going in that cabin out in the reserve. Oh, Dog went to the sister's house too. That's right. So there was another guy that was wanted. And he was hiding out in here. And he was up in this loft. Watch. But he didn't know someone was up there. This was a local YouTuber. See, he could.
Hey, you okay up there?
This is where it happened. So there really was someone up here, but Doug didn't know it. Okay. So there was a person up there. Jesus. Kidding me? Fucking Clippers. Here's another one of his streams. Driving by the laundries.
Okay, it says we're live. We were just going to come down here. We're incognito. We're in a different vehicle, so they don't recognize us. But now a cop just pulled up behind us and went down there. So now we don't know. Down here. Passenger.
Can't tell.
It's a moving truck. Are they moving?
Daycare. Baycare.
Baycare.
Not daycare.
Baycare?
Oh,
He was so
still
dramatic. He would like gas.
The last one.
Look at the memorial for Gabby in their front yard.
I wonder if that's the same cop, if he's going to say, I've told you once,
The Giggle
I told
Girls.
you twice, don't be driving and holding that camera. Concentrate on the road.
You want to show them that?
Yeah, I
front of
got
their
it.
house?
I got it on there.
Oh.
All the signs are still up.
They added, I think, a couple more.
Yeah. Oh, hey, is that guy? I think that's the guy I think up there in the pink.
So
that
that's
I
where the
have on
media was
camera
camped out, guys,
earlier.
all night
The
long.
video I'm going to post tonight.
Every time
was-
they left,
he was like
people were watching.
Playing with his hair.
Oh.
Hey, Ludwig, I am too.
If the media
Look at
can
all the
sit here
neighbors
in these
hanging out and
lawns,
shit.
We can sit here.
You can go sit your, you know what, out in the lawn with them.
People in lawn chairs just hanging out.
It's $500 a day. It's $3,500 a week.
Not $500. No.
Oh,
What the hell? Yeah, I'm not looking.
Media.
We're nosy.
Okay, that cop. I think it's a cop up here. So,
Oops.
well, I'm trying
He
to.
needs headlights on that thing.
Cop here.
They were fun to watch.
They're like F.
On. We should have come.
What a zoo.
Get out.
The Giggle Girls.
Oh, dry.
You need a Slurpee.
That's right.
I need a
Some
Slurpee.
people, and look, they both have their phones. Like they were. And I'm finding a place to go piss.
Oh my god. Oh, here it is. Back to the shack. Here it is, guys. This is when he goes out
I
with
had
his
people
camera.
ask me to go back to the shack. What happened to the?
Sir?
This
Yeah.
is when he catches someone on
I
it.
have no idea what happened to your child.
Wasn't that when he catches someone on it and he hauls ass, or no?
And let's go find something else to do.
Why don't you back up?
He goes, no, watch, they see
Well, if I
somebody.
do, wait, he's out on the deck now.
Mm-hmm. I see. Move it closer for them to see.
My hand's shaking. Do you see the white? You can see him standing in the front. Oh my god.
Just like last time.
Oh shit.
Wait, let's go back.
Please ask if you can make the image.
I can't see. I gotta move over. Oh, I hope I don't break any of this.
It was hilarious.
Denise asked if you can make the image larger. I don't think you can.
No, I can't. I can get closer.
Yeah, that's better.
Holy shit, you can see him on the front. Oh my
I'm
god.
trying to. I keep smacking my head on this. Thank you, Nana. Movie thing.
You can see him.
Hey, Crimson.
I just can't.
I think it's time let's go find something else to do.
Yes, this is PB&J. Hey, Keto Kim.
Well, if I do, wait, he's out on the deck now.
Mm-hmm. I see. Move it closer for them to see.
My hand's shaking. Do you see the white? You can see him standing in the front. Oh my god.
Just like last time.
Oh shit. I think we've seen enough. Don't you? I'm not going up there.
We already went through all this one time, and what do you know? We bring this out.
Okay, I think we gotta go find let's hear. Don't call me chicken. I think we gotta go there was something. There was something else that we were gonna do.
They were so fun to watch, you guys. What?
We'll take the cat.
There you go.
What? This is from November 2nd, 2021. What are they doing?
Oh, I wonder if she's watching us. Holy cow.
That's so cute.
Someone made signs for him. Be careful, Miss W.
Wow. That is so sweet. We need to honk one,
Incognito?
please. Oh, we got a lot of vehicles coming. Yeah, we do.
The Giggle Girls. I know, this was fun.
Lights.
People honking and shit. Oh man, these were crazy days on the tubes.
Oh, we should. You know what? We should. I wonder. We should delete the.
Yeah, he was a lot of fun. Let's see what's going on with this storm. Let's do a quick storm update. Here we go. I'm going to get
saying something to have that much wind inland.
Latest advisory. Here we go.
At this point, a wobble to the right, a wobble to the left. We'll see a little bit of that. I don't think it's enough that's going to cause us
a wobble
too much pain here in West Central Florida. That is the wind, and that wind will actually grow. So that whole area will grow, and that's what produces storm surge. I think he is. It's the size of that, it's the length of that, how long it's blowing, and it's how much wind is near that core as well, too. Look how close the core gets to us. It stays offshore. That orange you see there is about 60 mile per hour winds. The red is Hurricane 74 and higher. But you get the idea. There you go. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. in the afternoon, the wind now is blowing onshore, and it's honking. I mean, that's when we're going to see our gusts in the 60s and 70s. I think most areas see winds in the 40s and 50s, but gusts will go in the 60s and 70s. And a couple spots near the coast will get 80s, I think, just a couple. And then it goes onshore tomorrow night. So that means the surge 5 to 8 in Pinellas and Hillsborough County. Last year we saw 2 to 4 with the Dahlia. You could add 2 plus on top of that. Okay.
Maddie McCain
this
update.
Is
okay.
likely to happen. It's not a sure bet. 8 to 12 in Pasco, 10 to 15 when you get up into Citrus County. And I want to show you this real fast. This right here is the forecast for St. Pete. And what you're looking at right here is around, let's say that right there is the tide, expected tide. Here's where we are right now. The tide, that red line where the actual water level is, has been running above that blue line where we should be, almost a foot for weeks. The moon, that's been doing that. Now look what the tide does tomorrow morning, 9, 10 a.m.
Maddie McCann.
That's 10 p.m., 6, 7 feet.
Hey, Pooh
and
Bear.
then through about 2 a.m., and then it starts to come back down around 5 a.m. Friday morning. So the peak surge will be tomorrow night into early Friday morning. But
peak surge will be tomorrow night. Okay, so tomorrow night. Yeah, I think it's hitting at high tide is the problem. Hey, Loaded Hot. Hey, Ashley. It's, yeah, I've wrote out a couple too. Thanks for being here tonight. You're on the edge of Citrus. Yeah, you guys have to be careful because it did look like it hooked in a little bit. Pooh Bear, you have family in Florida. I hope everybody stays safe.
But the water will be rising
Sacco.
all day tomorrow. It's going, when you wake up, it's not getting any lower until Friday morning. Okay? Now, for the specifics, let's get over to Colleen Campbell. Good morning.
Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, so as Bobby was just mentioning, our top concern here, the main threat, especially for our coastal areas, would be that storm surge.
Here's Citrus.
With the timeline being tomorrow
Citrus,
night,
this is for
tomorrow
you.
evening,
Hey,
being
Ember.
the peak intensity there. But the water's going to be rising all day, as Bobby just mentioned. So let's go county by county here. Citrus, Hernando, Pasco. Citrus County, we are expecting a little bit of a higher surge, 10 to 15 feet possible. Of course, 15 feet on the higher end, and then 8 to 12 12 feet for Pasco and Hernando County. Jumping down to Tampa Bay now, we're looking at 5 to 8 feet for that storm surge. And again, the timeline is about the same. Of course, the southern areas could see the...
Okay, so they're saying starting 4 a.m., so starting in like 3 hours until Friday at 2 a.m., so all day tomorrow. 45 to 65 mile an hour winds, 4 to 6 inches of rain, and then the surge is going to be 5 to 8 feet. But I'm not in a storm surge area. I'm not going to be affected by a storm surge. I definitely will, ministry. No, I don't get storm surge. I'm okay with storm surge. I don't, JR. I hope I don't lose power. 4 to 6 inches of rain is my concern. That's my concern, is the water. I'll be okay. I think with 45 to 65 mile an hour winds, we'll be okay. But it's the 4 to 6 inches of rain in like a short amount of time. Because that's from, literally, I mean, that's really one day. That's really just one day, not even. That's a lot of rain. Yeah, the roof is fixed. Hopefully it withstands the storm. If I have power, I'll be live because what else am I going to do, right? I have some things I want to do watch-alongs with you guys on, so. Imagine all that snow. Oh, I know it. With that wind. Oof. Yeah, the flooding is what I worry about. Just because, we get like these downpours and it does recede pretty quickly, but it's been an issue with the drains in Pinellas County. They aren't draining correctly and our roads get flooded. And it's not like our neighborhood. It's not our community problem. It's a city problem. And for some reason, it doesn't drain properly. So that's what I'm worried about. If I have power, I'll be fine. It's overdeveloped. That's probably it. She said Fort Pierce hit mobile home park, tore up. From what, Ashley? Are they getting storms there? It's just awful, you guys. I just feel like at this point, I feel like I'm kind of living in a cesspool. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but it's like there's so many fucking people here. And they're like the Tampa Bay is always getting like sewage spills and shit. And we just got a notice, notice, don't give your dogs, cats, fish tanks, don't give your animals water because we're going to have all of this chlorine bleach in it for like, I don't know, a week or two. And I'm like, yeah, tornadoes do pop up. Absolutely. Thank you, Teresa. So I guess it's supposed to start getting those outer bands in a few hours here. No, you have water, but they're treating it so you can't use it for. They're telling you like, oh, don't give it to your animals. And it's like, okay, what makes you think I want to use it? Yeah, I couldn't do that loaded hot. It's scary. Right. Like it's okay for us. Oh, I'm telling you, there was some kind of warning. Let me find it. Let me see if I can find it. Pinellas County water warning. Water maintenance. Right here. Water system maintenance to begin September 23rd. Pinellas County Utilities will temporarily change its water disinfection process to chlorine from Monday, September 23rd through Saturday, October 12th. So it's going on right now. During this time, drinking water may smell or taste different but there will be no impact to water pressure or service. This semi-annual switch temporarily changes the method of water treatment from chloramine to chlorine disinfection to improve water quality and minimize the potential for any future problems in the water system. Kidney dialysis patients should not be impacted, but should contact their dialysis provider for more information. Fish owners should not be affected. It's gross. It's gross. Yeah, we give the dogs bottled water, but isn't that gross? Ugh. Betty has shit water backing up in her drains. That was before the storm, though. You're on a high wind and flood watch in Tennessee because of the storm until Friday. Yeah, it looks like you guys are going to get affected. Look.
Impacts a little bit earlier than areas like Citrus County. Moving down.
So if you look at Sunday at 1 a.m., look at Bristol. You guys are getting pounded with rain. Look at all across Tennessee, the whole state. That's a big ass storm.
Down to Sarasota and Manatee County, they have a 4 to 7 foot storm surge possible. But remember, these are also areas that are still in cleanup mode after Debbie. So there's some bruised and vulnerable areas as is. And then if you add storm surge on top of that, 4 foot, yeah, that's not looking too good. So please, if you live in an evacuation zone, make sure you listen to those warnings. Also, our inland areas, you're not out of the clear here. Just because we're not really looking at a surge warning for you.
5 to 8 in Pinellas.
Of those outer bands where we could get some winds that go a little squirrely at times, and we could get those tornadoes to spawn up, just like we had for Debbie all night long. We were tracking those tornadoes that were coming from those outer bands. So please be aware. All night long, we were tracking those tornadoes that were coming from those outer bands, like we had for Debbie all night long. We were tracking those tornadoes that were coming from those outer bands. So please be aware and know where to go in case a tornado warning would be issued for our friends inland. And a lot of folks will be evacuating to those inland locations. We have seen those outer rain bands start to creep into our area, but of course, the biggest impacts are not on the way.
So see, we're just getting those outer bands, but those outer bands are going to slowly get worse. What up, Nils? Nils is early morning and late night.
For at least another couple hours, so we will continue to update you here throughout the show. Courtney?
So if you guys remember Irma, right?
Yep.
Irma.
Everybody remembers Irma. Okay, let's go back.
That's going to come up. We do have some rain in our area right now. Generally, it's been getting weaker as it moves into our area, but that will not be the case as we go through.
All right, we're going to check out some live cams. This is Siesta Key, which is by Sarasota. Looks like a whole lot of nothing. Some bigger waves, right? Probably got some wind. Oops. Are you guys down to do like a watch along? I really want to watch Websleuths again with Proudfoot. Are you guys down for that? Or are you like over it? Let me know. Because I can't sleep when these storms are rolling in. I have to be like super tired and be like, okay, I'm going to bed. I can't. Because I got it on my mind. Are you guys down? Let's do it. You're off until Monday. Oh, wow. They deployed 6 Type 1 USAR teams to Jacksonville yesterday morning. What's your question, Spitfire? Let's do it. Yeah. Listen till you fall asleep. That's a big deal. Well, I think Tallahassee's going to get pounded. I think they're just going to get pounded. I mean, it's pretty calm out there right now. Pooh Bear. This is Panama City. Let's go, girls. Wow. Nils, I bet. Because a category 4, it's going to be a 4 right before it hits landfall. But this is Pensacola Beach right here. Tornadoes. I love it. Mrs. W. I know. Isn't the ocean peaceful? What does FEMA rate it on? The Waffle House scale? What do you mean? Here, this is Daytona. They're getting lots of wind over there. I know, me too, Kels. Big time. Juno Pier. This is all on the East Coast right now. Will the Tallahassee Waffle House close? You like vacationing at Clearwater? Can hurricanes cause a tsunami in any way? No. That's from earthquake, I think. Are you serious, Lucid? If I was in Tallahassee, I'd be scared. I mean, I guess it depends what you live in. You know what I mean? Oh, I love Cedar Key, and prayers for your family. Cedar Key is my happy place. I love Cedar Key. It's the best place. If you ever want to get a... This is Fort Myers. You can't see shit. This is Miami. If you ever can check out Cedar Key, I highly recommend it. If you ever want to see old Florida, what is considered a piece of old Florida, I suggest Cedar Key. It's beautiful. I know, it's chill, isn't it? We should just have this play all night. Destin, now we're back up in the Panhandle. Yeah, I can't deal with snow. St. Augustine is pretty too. Cedar Key just is not touristy at all. Literally old Florida, like. Oh, thanks, Nils. Nils coming in with all this info. They must have come in when they declared the state of emergency, I imagine. Yeah, you guys up in Tennessee, Chattanooga, Knoxville. Looks like you're going to get some heavy rain. Down into Montgomery. North Carolina, right on the edge there of all those states. It looks like you're going to get a lot of rain. I sound like a meteorologist. Thank you, Nils. We're back in Pensacola. Okay, so the 5 to 8 foot storm surge means that is so cool, Nils. Nils worked for FEMA. Hey, Cheesy. Good to see you. I am good. I'm good. Yes, it is, Hopes. It's beautiful. It is relaxing. You almost hate to go to a watch along after hearing this. Hey, little bit. They're stopping daylight savings? The gal 13th juror also lives in the area where it is aiming. She lives in the Panhandle. I hope she's safe. I'd get the hell out if the eye was coming to me. Oh, I used to live in Daytona, Pam. Do we have Hive crew coming in? Coming in hot.
Man, I'll tell you what, that dang old internet, man, click, 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 it's real easy, man.
Did she just get done? The hive. The bees are flying out of the hive one by one. The bees come out of the hive one by one. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I can just see them all flying out. Like, okay, bye, queen bee. And they fly out one by one. Bzzz. Oh, Jay's hive. Those bees are so cute. Stay safe, stay prepared. Thanks for checking in with me, Nils. We'll stay in touch. Yeah, the bees go buzzing 2 by 2. Hurrah, hurrah. I know Nils is a sweetheart. You guys should sub up to Nils. He's a wealth of knowledge, a very, very nice man. I have to say, Nils is the real deal. He's a real Norwegian. We met during the Delphi case when we talked about, what was it? God, I'm having a mind blank. What are they called? I want to say nomad, but it ain't nomad. What is it? Nils the Iron Wolf is his Odinism. Odinism. Thank you. Brain fart there. What's up, Professor Kate? Cheesy says you guys are crazy to live down there,
Freak
don't
town,
you
dude.
know? You are Agent? Do you know Nils? Aw, good night, Casual Art. Good to see you. I'll be streaming as long as I get power. I'll be live. Probably not, nonstop, but your incident is being updated. I like your name. Thanks for showing updates. You're welcome. Nils is saying this is going to be a major event. They are prepared for a major event. Oh, Cheesy, you can keep it. You can keep it. Thank you, Casual Art. I appreciate that. I know, 5 months out of the year is no joke. I grew up in Michigan, Cheesy. But your accent cracks me up. Because I never really heard it. I always had a Michigan accent. And I hear your accent. And when I met my husband, he's from Georgia. He's like, Wisconsin. You sound like you're from Wisconsin. I'm like, or Wisconsin. I don't know how he said it. But I'm like, no, not Wisconsin. They're definitely different. You're from the UP, AK. That's awesome. Wait, let me try to pronounce that. La Mishakowana. Mishoakana. Mishoakana. La Mishoakana. Is that right? Pirate Lake. Do you guys have underground safe basements? I don't think so, but just wonder. Nope. We sure don't. Hey, Trisha. People always think you're Canadian, don't you know? And I do. I have a room for tomorrow, but it's just a matter of if it's how bad it is in the morning time and if we can get out of here. You say UFTA? What's UFTA? Don't you know? I know you are, Nicole B. And you keep changing your picture on me. Downriver. I'm your news. You don't have cable. I'll gladly be your news. You were born in... Shauna was born in Michigan, moved to Tennessee 6 years ago. A lot of people moved to Tennessee. Y'all got gas and extra gas. Everywhere is out of gas. UFTA. What does UFTA stand for? Rex R. If the Waffle House closes, you know it's bad. You're not the first person to say that. It's good to see you, Ann. No state taxes. We don't have sales tax here. Or I mean, not sales tax. We don't have state tax. Don't listen to me. State tax. We definitely have sales tax. UFTA. Am I saying it right? UFTA. I've never heard anybody say that. UFTA. In Valdosta, stay safe, Caroline. Wheezy should bring some casserole down to Jay and start a meal train. Oofda, she's gonna need one, don't you know? Oofda. 20 minutes from the Detroit-Michigan border. Whoop whoop. Noopy's my girl. Do you really, Cheryl? You love Texas, huh? God bless Texas. I am Kentucky Cooter. Thanks for checking on me. You guys are sweet. Thanks for checking on me tonight. Riding it out. When the walls move. I remember the first storm we went through. We were in an upper level apartment. And literally the walls were moving. Have you ever heard of Paradise, Upper Plaza, Michigan? And emails, give me a thumbs up or one. I have not. Upper Peninsula, I think you meant. Paradise, I have not. Look at all these Texas people. Toby, you're in Waco? No, I don't think so, your incident. Toby, I have a question. No, it's the beaches, MN. Right now we're flashing through. This is Miami. The name of the beach is in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. Oklahoma. Hey, Darlene. Thanks for checking in on me. Ocean Wave Cooter. Oh, come on, Nicole. Let's ride it out. We got another Wisconsin. I'd have to say, I wouldn't want to live in Texas. It's too hot. You have a brother in Michigan down by Lansing. Right in the middle. I need to grab something to drink. I'm going to leave you guys with the waves for a second. I'll be right back. We will get an update in just a little bit. Talk amongst yourselves. And I hope everybody else is staying safe as well. Okay, I'm back. My dogs are like, why are you up? I was a thirsty cooter. I'm back. I ain't sleeping, Sin. You guys are night owls. Yes, this is a Florida. The Florida beaches are cycling. Maybe I can put this back on and we can just do a hurricane stream. All right, hold up. Let me get... Okay, so I wanted to go through the Websleuths interview again. We can either go through the Websleuths or we can go through Stern's parents. Which one do you guys want to do? Let's do a poll. This will be a you decide, you pick adventure tonight. It's a you pick adventure. Stern's parents or review Websleuths, Seth and Chris. You guys get to choose. Don't get sleepy, Scrap Owl. Don't make me have to wake you up.
Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
Oh, Toby, what did I want to ask about Waco? Thank you for reminding me. I wanted to ask if the compound is still, like, if you can still go to where the compound was that burned down. Marie. Hey, Ange, thanks for checking on me, Cooters. That was Bill O'Reilly. That was Bill O'Reilly, MN. Went back when he was on Inside Edition. He had a meltdown. Listen.
Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Me and my granddaughter sing that. And when I say, ow, she starts cracking up. It's going to be a long night, Darlene. Well, get comfy with me, girl. We're in it together. Get your votes in. All right, we're at 60% Websleuths, 40% Stern's parents. QB's mods block everything you say, be in Florida? Really? Kentucky Cooter, Jay, Brittany J, Josh from the lab, and Jaundice got gifted members to Queen tonight. That's awesome. Thank you, Margaret in Scotland. How nice that somebody from Scotland is checking in on me. You were obsessed with that story in high school?
Creek Town, dude.
What are you saying to get your comments deleted? What's up, One Dab? Welcome in. We're rotating Florida beaches. And get your votes in what you want to do a watch along on tonight. Websleuths is a really good one. It sounds a lot different now. You guys are going to be like floored. Kels, thank you for
Just
the
help a brother out here.
5 gifted memberships. You guys, thank Kels if you were gifted a membership. Thank you so much.
Just help a brother out here.
I never listen to what anyone says. I'm always in the bushes. But I've been commenting a bit more often, but I heard you only read the members' comments. But you don't. You acknowledge everyone in your chat. Always. Where'd you hear that garbage?
Just help a brother out here.
Thank you for not believing everything you hear. That's one thing I always do. I pay attention to everybody
Just
because
help a brother out.
I don't care if you're a member or not. But you know what? People say bad things. I think it's funny when people get gifted memberships though, like that.
Town, dude.
It's great. Make sure you guys thank Kels though. That was really sweet. Thank you, Kels. Yes. Everybody's calm and doggies are sleeping. Aw, thanks, JR. JR, you're too good to me. Thank you, Poppy. Absolutely, Newfie. I had you back in one stream. They've been trying to talk you down because you, Clue, and others think outside the box. Yeah, they don't like that, do they? Aw, thanks, Ministry. I'm glad you guys are having fun with 8-Ball Cooter. I appreciate you always on track with every update and stay true to the facts. Thank you. Cheesy. Cheesy's like, I'll take care of it. Cheesy, I gotta be honest. Her chat is brutal as fuck to me. And I got thick skin, Cheesy. Like, I'm not a whiner. I am not a whiner. You can ask anyone that I've been around with. Aw, I appreciate that, Ann. That's sweet. I'm not a whiner, but her chat's fucking brutal. Anna, I'm not too far, probably like 20 minutes or so. I'm far enough away where I don't have to worry about the storm surge, which is good.
Just help a brother out here.
Tiffany, thank you so much. Tiffany, thank you for your PayPal. I appreciate that a lot. Waco compound is rubble, but we have a new cult. Really? Can you, like, visit there, Toby? The Waco incident fascinates me. She mentioned it yesterday. Oh, I'm not saying it's her fault. Hey, Aqua. What cult is new? Good night, Mystery. No, I mean, when her own mods, though, this is the problem, Cheesy, is that she's got a mod who takes her personal feelings out on the chat. Not the chat, but on people she doesn't like in chat. Like, there's people that my mods absolutely don't like that come in here, but they don't censor their comments because they don't like them. That's just what I thought was BS. Right, Shell, you can't mod with feelings. Mm-hmm. And I never even heard of her before this case. I don't even know why she doesn't like me. It's weird. You don't have to apologize, Cheese. No one needs to apologize. It's just, I didn't expect that from a mod. You know what I mean? Tiffany, I appreciate that. Thank you. I know, we are a little family, Erica. I love it. Vestiges, I do like you. I like you a lot, Vestiges. Oh, I don't even know who Nenny is, and she's so mad at me. She's like, you need to apologize to me because a troll me came in your chat. I'm like, dude, I don't even know who you are, let alone a troll you. Why do I owe you an apology? I don't even know who the real you is, let alone a troll you. I didn't know the difference. Oh my God. Incident? It's not going to turn into a tsunami. I don't know why you keep saying tsunami.
God almighty.
You're like my husband. People either like you or they don't. It's funny to see the two extremes. I know, it's weird. I wonder why. It sounds like I'm sitting on a balcony on the beach. Just pretend I am. My husband's like, we should have gotten a place right on the beach and just weathered it out there. Mm-mm. No rain yet. We need a, oh my God. I know.
Did I ask them to do that?
I know it's really relaxing. Okay, so it looks like Websleuths wins. Your incident is being updated. Are you stoned? Immaculate. I have my own channel, but it's nice to go on someone else's panel and let them do the work. Well, in all fairness, Cheesy, I mean, you guys do a lot of the work. I would love for you to do your own channel, Cheesy. Have you seen that shiz War Eagle made? Yeah, War Eagle can FDO. We don't give them life over here. We don't promote. But I'm really flattered that they made a whole channel and dedicated it to me and Granny.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Oh, I know what I was going to tell you guys. So during Governor DeSantis' update today, he told us that electric cars and salt water don't mix. They catch fire. So they had houses that could sustain a category 5 hurricane, and it burned down their house. So he's like, get your electric cars to high ground. What a fucking stupid thing. Why would we even want those cars? I think she's okay. Little bit. I got you, Vestiges. Golf carts too? No, Candy B. I don't check that shit. Hey, Candy B, what I got to say about people like War Pig and what's the other thing? War Pig and Bitter Pills. This is what I got to say to War Pig and Bitter Pills.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Creep town, dude.
Fort Myers. Hey, Anita. Welcome in. Yeah, Cheesy. You're a sweetheart. Cheesy is the voice of reason. Rowena, she's funny. Yeah. They got a whole, panel of characters over there. You know, like the regulars. Cheesy. Is hood people or good people? I'm just kidding. Cheesy's hood. Ro. Here, this is for Ro. I think I still have my Ro. Here it is.
Roro causing Papa.
Ro. Who was Ro?
Yeah, everybody go sub to Cheesy. I think you could make it work, Vestiges. I think you can make anything work that you want. You know what I mean? I think you can do whatever you set your mind to. And you know what? The best thing? Be yourself. Be yourself. Well, we want to Cheesy Wheezy. Like Cheesy, I wish Cheesy was my mom. Cheesy's so sweet. Okay, we're gonna watch Websleuths. You guys win. You're tired incident? The P. Diddy arrest scandal. I watched the press conference. It looks like Jennifer Lopez is in trouble as well as the Obamas. There's gonna be a lot of people connected. The P. Diddy stuff is crazy. There's a whole new lawsuit against him now. I know, the calm. We'll come back to the calm. We are the same age. You turn 50 in June. Well, you're much more wise than I am, Cheesy. Be my sister then. It's like an Epstein, yeah. Cheesy. Cheesy be my sister. From another mister, don't you know? So he's asking to be transferred to a more cushy prison. Oh, Steve Harvey, how about him and his daughter? He was all okay with it? Vacationing with them? Gross. You betcha. We got a lot of 50-year-olds in here. I'm going to be 51 in November. Here, this is, Cheesy's a cheesehead. That's the link to the live Florida cams, if you'd like to check them out yourself. We'll come back to it, though. Let me, subscribe. It is very calming. Oh, and there it goes. Take a deep breath in. Deep breath out. Hold on. Seth Rogers, Chris Proudfoot. This isn't too stressful in the beginning. We're going to listen to Chloe. Chloe talks a lot before Chris even comes on. You can't talk to a fucking log. So in the very beginning of this, like we didn't, well, I say we didn't. I didn't pay as much attention to Chloe as I did before. I paid more attention to, halfway in when, Chris calls in and then later, Seth is added. Sault Ste. Marie. I love Sault Ste. Marie. OnlyFans. Happy belated birthday, Sherry. Do we need to do a quick birthday for all the birthday peeps? Let's do it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, there's Roberta.
Birthday, 'cause you're awesome. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, everybody. Celebrating a birthday. Yes, she has, Teresa. She's had a total about face. So we're going to pay more attention to what Chloe had to say back then. Because it's interesting now that we know she was gagged for, this was April 27th. Chloe was gagged after this for running backgrounds on Mr. Mathis. Now, this is important to remember these dates because this is April 27th, okay? May 1st was when I first heard from Julia. And then like around Mother's Day was when we were first introduced to Tony. Light Fawn, what we have in common now, Jay, is Seth thinks I'm a Nazi now. I did relay your message to Brittany. She said she doesn't want to do Kumbaya by the campfire. What was my message, Light Fawn? Remind me. And Chloe was the PI who was working pro bono. And she got the boot and a cease and desist. Yes, Chloe was Seth's PI and Heather worked with her. Heather was actually hired separately. Yes, your instead is yes, absolutely. I watched it. That's why I said I love your name. Take me down to Paradise City where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. You liked Heather? Yeah, he said I was like a Nazi. He doesn't like me. He doesn't like me. Take me home. Okay, so let's take a listen to Chloe. I'll be stopping here and there. We'll talk through it. New things that we pick up. Let's take a listen. This is PI Chloe. This is Trish from Websleuths and her partner, the Insightful One. This is Websleuths Live.
Hey everyone, welcome to Websleuths YouTube Live. That is on host is Chloe. She is the private investigator for Sebastian Rogers. Chloe and Heather, you've probably seen Heather on the news, and Chloe. Heather is taking the night off. She has well-deserved rest time coming. And poor Chloe, we are not letting her take the night off. We hogtied her and forced her to be here. So
No.
Chloe, thank you so much for joining us tonight, because we have so many questions about Sebastian and what happened when he went missing. I'm just waiting to make
Light Fawn, just try to get along and not bash each other, etc. Possibly collaborate. I have no interest in collaborating with Brittany J. And I really didn't have any plans on saying anything bad on her. Her channel promotes hate. She doesn't think for herself. And she gets taken. She gets taken for a ride. And that's just dangerous to me. I don't like how she does things. And I don't like the hate that she promotes on me. So if I have to keep defending myself, I will.
Make sure that, there we go. We're back. The chat is up and running and we're all good. So,
I mean, as you can see, if you are being fair, you'll see that it's initiated from there, right? Josh the Lab striking me because he's butthurt because I don't like Jay. That's not why you copyright strike. You only can copyright strike somebody if it's legitimate, a copyright infringement. So that's that. Let's keep going. All right, here we go.
Chloe, now and you are working with Seth. That is Sebastian's father.
Correct.
And of course, he's always welcome to come here anytime. So please pass that along to him, and we can always put anything that he wants to get across on websleuths.com, the big, huge discussion forum that we have. So,
and we didn't know at the time that she had already reached out to Seth, and he had not replied. So Trisha had already asked Seth to come on. He didn't reply. She's reiterating it again through Chloe. They were cheesy, but they've since changed. In all fairness, this was April 27th. This was pre-Tony Mathis. And Trisha has, said, God, I was duped. I mean, JLR. He even said, Seth duped me. He tricked me. Hi, sweet crazy. He duped a lot of people who really thought that they couldn't be duped. Even Clue said, if I hadn't met Seth in person and gotten that vibe in person, I'd probably support him right now. I love GNR. I saw them in Detroit. But do you get what I'm saying? Thank you, Toby. I can't wait to read that. It's interesting. Most everyone was duped. I mean, the first day that he met Clue, he was talking about Sebastian's abuse at the hands of his mother in his mother's house. He was putting a narrative out from the word jump. And we have to remember that. Heather was another PI, Ange. Well, good morning, Potato. I am safe from the storm. We're not getting the brunt of it until tomorrow. So we're just riding it out. Jay, you're about to get hit by a lot of rain within the hour. Thanks, Robin. I'm going to try to get a little radar up here on the screen while we watch this.
So we are happy to help any way we can. Now, Sebastian Rogers went missing toward the end of February. He went missing, it was a Sunday night, Monday morning.
Right. So
And
between midnight and 6
right.
of the 26th. Yeah.
15 years old. He does have autism. Now, for those people in chat who are not familiar, this is the weird thing. There's lots of cameras in the neighborhood, but they haven't, that we know of, nobody caught Sebastian leaving the house, right?
Correct. Yes. We had a meeting with Sumner County a couple weeks ago, and they're baffled.
Like this.
He's seen getting home, and then he's never seen it again.
Didn't he take out the garbage or do something?
Yeah, the trash out.
So they saw him doing that, but they didn't see him leave.
Ever again. No.
Now, let's talk about that night. When is, because I was confused when I talked to you about this earlier, so I really want to get this straightened out. When was the last time that Sebastian was seen by people other than family members?
It's my understanding it would have been the people at Texas Roadhouse.
Which was Sunday.
Yes, Sunday.
See, I thought
early
it was
evening.
Saturday. I thought it was Saturday night that he was last seen.
No.
Saturday he was at Costco, and we confirmed that with that receipt. And then Sunday was a day full of activities.
Right.
Yeah. So the last place he went before he went home was Texas Roadhouse.
Okay, and so that's the last confirmed sighting that we have where it was people, the people that weren't related
Right.
to Sebastian.
Right.
Okay, and again, everybody, he has just vanished. I'm just stunned because he's on camera apparently taking some garbage out, and there's cameras all over that neighborhood.
Yes.
But nobody has seen him leave.
No.
Now, if you have been following this case, you have seen Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. Katie is Sebastian's mom,
Mhm.
and Seth is Sebastian's father. Chris Proudfoot is his stepfather.
Glycerine.
Right.
What can you tell us about his, I guess, alibi, you would call it? When was Chris seen last? He was out of town. Can you run that down for us, please?
I don't know when Chris was seen last, besides the source that tells us he was at
Yes.
the job site at 5:15 a.m. on the 26th, which was about a little less than an hour before Sebastian was reported missing.
Mhm. He was where? A little less than an hour before he was reported missing?
He was at his job site at St. Jude's in Memphis. He's
February 26th, okay.
He's a crane operator.
Right.
When he was last seen, though, before that was 8 p.m. His vehicle was seen after that at his RV, but him physically being seen was 8 p.m. the night before.
Okay, so let's listen to this timeline again.
But the police have never indicated in any way, shape, or form that they thought Chris had driven home or there was anything nefarious, correct?
So he was last seen, this is Chris Proudfoot, at 8 p.m. the night on February 25th, and then he was at his job site at 5:15 in the morning. His truck was at his camper, but he was not physically seen between 8 and 5 a.m., 8 p.m. and 5. Oh my gosh, glycerine. Is it still out there, Sweet Crazy?
Correct.
They haven't indicated much of anything, honestly.
Okay.
They've said that the family's been cooperative, and that's it. They dodge questions about timelines and alibis and things like that.
You mean the police do?
Yes.
The police do. So you can't really be sure of anything. And Sherry Berry, what Chloe is going on is a vetted source that said that he was at his job, and then his truck was seen at the RV on, was it Monday morning, did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
And
he was seen.
he was seen, okay.
At his job site at
On Monday.
5:15 in the morning.
Okay. So, Sherry, nobody's cleared. The police have been very clear about that absolutely nobody has been cleared, basically. But they haven't said that anybody is a suspect either. And so that's, again, Chloe, licensed, very well-respected and experienced private investigator. You must get frustrated when the police won't
Extremely frustrated.
when the police won't release anything. So, but let's continue on here. I want to talk about Seth for a little bit.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about Chris and Katie and about their their lie detectors and all of that was going on. It was very contentious there in the press with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's bio dad, and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather. Well, recently, Seth and Chris talked together.
Right.
And they have decided to work together.
Right.
However, Seth came out and said that if people basically didn't like it, they could F off.
Right.
And that has been talked about quite a bit. I think I understand what Seth was doing. It was out of frustration and all of that, because there was a lot of drama between the Proudfoots and Chris and Katie and Seth, and there was lots of back and forth and accusations, and it was really ugly there in social media.
Yes.
And so I don't know. I'm assuming it was Seth that approached Chris and said, hey, let's stop this. Let's concentrate on Sebastian.
So this is when they had the vigil, and Chris and Seth were seen talking, and there were pictures taken of them talking, and they were supposed to be working together. Seth had come out and said, F you if you don't like us working together. But we know now that Seth's main goal was to talk to Katie. And you're going to hear a lot about that, alluding to Seth wanting to talk to Katie alone. Like he's going to say, well, Chris, I sent an email to Katie and never heard back. Good night, Miss W. I hope all is well with you.
Well, actually, Chris came to the vigil before it started.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he approached Seth.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Not the most recent one that we did last night, but the one last weekend. I was not there yet, so I cannot speak on what was said.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I know he made that statement.
Let's talk about that.
Rocked the boat quite a bit.
Yeah.
People were really mad.
A lot of people were really upset about it. Talk about that. What did he really mean?
My discussions with him, and just from knowing what kind of verbiage he uses anyways, my impression is that it was, I know that everybody...
Knowing what kind of verbiage he uses anyways.
Everybody has a bad... Not everybody, but a lot of people have a bad opinion of the Proudfoots because of social media.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to get some backlash about this. But this is about my son, so F anybody that's going to get my way.
Right. Right.
So,
And
I mean,
that's what I thought he was trying to say. But
he's never told me to F off. He's never told his other private investigator to F off. He's never told his volunteers. He was not speaking to people that were helping him.
I can't with that girl's frogs.
That wasn't the case.
No, I always felt he was talking to the drama people
Yeah.
in social media that are causing all these problems.
Right.
You know, and will come out with these
Yeah.
in social media.
That wasn't the case.
No, I always felt he was talking to the drama people
Yeah.
in social media that are causing all these problems.
Right.
You know, and the drama people.
That wasn't the case.
No, I always felt he was talking to the drama people
Yeah.
in social media that are causing all these problems.
Right.
You know, and will come out with these ridiculous live streams saying.
So she says, I always thought he was talking to these drama people that will come out with these ridiculous live streams. Yes, we are safe, Penny. Thanks for checking on me.
Crazy things. That's who I thought he was talking to. And the people that would give him grief for wanting to work with Chris Proudfoot.
Right.
rather
He
than
got a
getting
lot of
angry.
grief for it.
Yeah, he did. And so that I'm glad we cleared that up, because I understand where he's coming from. I do, because
he was getting grief for wanting to partner with Chris, because we were all coming at, remember, a lot of us were like, oh, Chris seems guilty. Chris did it, you know?
all about Sebastian. Who cares about this other drama crap?
Right.
You know, it means nothing. And I want to say something to everybody out there. Nobody is prepared to be thrown into the spotlight, let alone during this day and age when all of a sudden you have social media and you have everybody and their dog commenting on you and what you're doing and what you say and how you look and everything and making accusations against you that are not true. It is so hard to absorb and to deal with, all the while you're trying to look for a missing loved one. It is a horrific situation. And the fact that Seth has held up as well as he has is amazing. So, and again, please tell him we will help him in any way possible.
Absolutely. Hi, Kitty.
He's a boo-boo. He's a good boy. Crystal Peisky wants to know, was the camper ever checked? I take it you're talking about Chris Proudfoot's camper or RV?
Yeah, do not have confirmation of that.
So we don't know. We have to
you,
assume
Teresa.
that on things like that the police have checked everywhere. You know, you would assume that they have looked all through the camper. You would assume that they would have looked at Chris's parents' RV or camper. But again,
I have no
You
confirmation.
have no idea. You have no idea. We just have to assume. We have to assume the police have done their job in that sense. But let's talk a little bit now. Chris has a petition up, and it is a petition to get the FBI to take over the
Seth
case.
has a petition up. Yeah.
Seth has petition up to get the FBI to take over Sebastian's case. How come?
Well, the FBI has been involved, but he wants them to take over. I think he's just frustrated, which I understand.
Right.
Because we haven't had any results, you know.
Right.
So I understand his frustration. And I think that's really it, is he wants another jurisdiction to take over. I mean, above TBI in Sumner County. But yeah, they've been involved. I mean, Secret Service has been involved. And yeah, I mean, a lot of other jurisdictions have been involved with the boots on the ground searching as well. So, but his goal is to have them take over.
Okay, that's good. Well, that's good. And I don't blame him, you know. Also, somebody just asked, did Katie have a boyfriend? And no, there's nothing like that has ever been stated. Okay.
I mean, it's been stated, but I've found no evidence of that. And it's honestly not something I'm focusing on.
Sure.
Because when I've seen it stated, it's who are you even? Like, who are you that's saying this, you know?
Right, exactly. And that, again, you know, this is about Sebastian. Now, here is a question. And again, Sebastian, according to Katie, disappeared sometime in the middle of the night. But supposedly there is no Ring camera showing Sebastian leaving, although there is Ring camera because the neighbors all have Ring cameras.
Yeah, I've mapped it.
Yeah, tell us about that, and then we'll get to this question. You actually mapped the Ring cameras.
I mapped, you know, the first 11 minutes of the dispatch. Once dispatch started at 6:39 a.m. for Sebastian, there's 11 minutes that were released, and then had a great volunteer transcribe them for me, which took her a very long time because it was chaos. But through that transcription, you can see where they're saying this address has a camera. I spoke to them. They looked at it, all this. And so I made a map just from that dispatch. There's probably more cameras than that. It was only the first 11 minutes, you know, and there's a lot of cameras.
But yet the police have said that there is no footage of Sebastian. Have they actually come out and said that to Seth?
I was actually...
It was said that the Secret Service was involved in the beginning. Secret Service and FBI was involved, I think, after the first week. I don't know if it was sooner than that, but at least a week in.
Watching one of the older press conferences, I think it was from the 29th of February, and they were, I mean, the look on their faces, first of all, they were just baffled. But they said they haven't had any confirmed sighting of him on camera or at all.
Crazy. That is just, it doesn't make any sense.
Gypsy.
But anyway, I apologize. That crunching you hear is my dog, Othram Tex Bug Nugget the first, chewing on his...
Expect your dogs and her frogs.
Yeah, the dogs and the frogs, that's all, and the cats, all part of it here. Stephanie Hodge says, so did Sebastian unlock the door and go out, or what? Was the door locked when she got up, or was it unlocked? Do you know what the situation is there?
Katie and Chris have both said at different times the door was locked. They also, in the initial dispatch, when they're calling out the details to officers, say the door is locked. I wasn't there.
Right. Well, but here's the thing.
And Katie's also said that Sebastian has a habit of immediately locking the door behind him. That was stated after everyone was really confused about that.
Angela Conley said, did he take the bin, I think you mean the trash, out before or after Chris left to go to work? I think Chris was already gone, right? Or
well,
no?
and Chris has said that he had not seen Sebastian since early February.
So the FBI can get involved in missing children's cases.
Right, that's right.
Even if it doesn't go over state lines. There is exceptions.
Yeah.
So Chris was not...
He wasn't
not there.
He wasn't there. So anyway, so what's so frustrating about this, Chloe, is how could he have disappeared if there's no footage of him? Here's the only thing it could be. That's either a mistake and there is footage of him, or he's still somewhere in the house. I mean, I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah, I mean, so I walked through the construction site, which people that have been following this case closely know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's right next door to their subdivision probably half of the subdivision next door has been built, but then there's still like a big
Tornado in
construction site in the back.
Naples.
So I walked that last night, actually, after the vigil at like 9:30 p.m. And it's very dark in the construction site. You definitely need a flashlight. But once you get into that subdivision, it wasn't as dark as I expected it to be. I'm not saying that means a Ring camera would pick you up. But there's a lot of, I mean, a good majority of the houses have some sort of lighting on. And I'm assuming it's always like that. I don't know if they're turning them on now because of what's going on, but a lot of them have, you know, the uplit stuff on the brick or floodlights or porch lights. You know, it's a nice neighborhood. So I didn't need to use a flashlight to walk through the neighborhood to be able to see.
And I'm telling you, with Ring cameras, usually they have infrared, so you can see somebody. Mine do.
Yeah, and but it does depend on like the sensitivity settings you have on your camera, how far it is from the street. Which, I mean, these are not huge lots. I would have to pull up a parcel map again, but I mean, I wouldn't think they're more than like a 1/4 acre, so they're not large.
Right.
So the houses are not super far from the road.
Yeah, that I don't know. I just, this doesn't make any sense to me.
I would love if a neighbor would say, who was that woman walking through my neighborhood last night? I would love if I would have gotten caught on camera. That would have been really interesting.
That would have been.
So, okay. This was April 27th. She says she wishes one of the neighbors would have reported seeing her walking through the neighborhood. So that's proof that you can walk through their neighborhood even after Sebastian went missing and not be seen on cameras. Right? I mean, unless someone just didn't say anything.
Been very, very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, as somebody pointed out in chat, let's just say hypothetically, and nobody's making any accusation here. Could Sebastian been put into Katie's car or truck without any sort of camera picking him up? Is that possible in the house?
So she parks in the garage, always. So, but I mean, she'd probably have to drive down the street with her headlights off, I would think.
Because they would have said her car left, but her car did leave at some point, I would assume, you know.
I mean, we know she drove through the high school, she said.
Right. So
8-ball is such a smart ass.
So there is an entrance from the garage. It's not a detached garage, right?
No,
okay. So hypothetically, again, not making any accusation, but hypothetically, we could put somebody in there and take off somewhere at some point.
Sure. I mean, I would think a camera would catch that. Maybe not if the headlights were off.
Well, but again, if she, like she said, she drove at some point, she drove by the high school or whatever.
Right. It was daylight at that point.
Daylight. Yeah. Well, yeah. So she could have, you know, put something in her trunk or put something in her car. And
I mean, at that point, I mean, within minutes, if not already, police were called when she was driving through that parking lot.
So again, I just, I'm.
Okay, so that's checking out, right? Katie's on the phone with Chris. She's driving through the parking lot. Just like it was reported, mom's driving around in an Infinity, baby blue Infinity. Right?
So, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read chat here. Let's see. Websleuths, hold on. Can you ask, where are the clothes Sebastian wore Texas Roadhouse video? Do we know if he was wearing those clothes when he supposedly disappeared?
I don't think he was wearing those clothes, no.
Okay, but we don't know if the police have collected them or anything, right?
We don't know.
No, okay. So let's go back to the Proudfoot house. According to Katie, he left sometime in the middle of the night, early morning, but no cameras picked him up. Do you know what the police have done inside that house to search for Sebastian?
To my knowledge, their house has been searched over a dozen times by officers. They've used heat-seeking devices, and this comes from the sheriff, to make sure he wasn't in any walls. I do not have knowledge and didn't question the sheriff at the time because I was trying to build a rapport, but about any luminol or anything like that.
Yeah, that's a big question.
To my knowledge,
they use luminol.
They have not done that.
Tattooed Mama said, any update on the Ken Davis post? And I don't know who Ken Davis is.
I know what she's talking about.
About having footage of KP trading Sebastian off to someone that morning. I would think if that was legit, it would be huge.
I have had tips for several weeks about people seeing Kathy Bowersock's car that morning before Sebastian was reported missing. I have not been able to validate that that's true.
Hear this? Do you hear this? We didn't want to hear this before. Who do you think was giving tips that Kathy Bowersock was seen that morning? I think they were false tips. I think they were false tips. Listen again.
That tips for...
I would think if that was legit, it would be huge.
I have had tips for several weeks about people seeing Kathy Bowersock's car that morning before Sebastian was reported missing. I have...
For several weeks, don't you think cops would have nipped that in the bud? Several weeks. Someone was relentlessly reporting the Bowersocks for weeks.
I have not been able to validate that that's true. But the Ken Davis post is not the first time that that's been brought to me.
So again, and I'm assuming you turn this over to the police, we have to have at least some faith and some assumption that the police are looking into these things and they are, doing the searches and searching the house and checking the car. Do you know anything about cadaver dogs being used at the house in the past?
I know there were scent dogs. Absolutely. I know that cadaver dogs that we've brought in have not been to the house, but they've been in the area. But those are not law enforcement cadaver dogs.
Okay.
I mean, they're credentialed cadaver dogs, but they have not been on their property or in their house. And they don't take kindly to trespassing. So we would absolutely have to have permission for that.
Right. So have they hit on anything, your cadaver dogs, at all?
No.
Okay. Okay, so let's start addressing now some of the drama to get it out of
So none of their cadaver dogs picked up on anything outside of the yard.
the way. Let's go with the lie detector. There was a big thing made. Nancy Grace offered Chris Proudfoot to take a lie detector. He said, name the place and time. And then he said, no, I can't do it because I think he said TBI told him not to. And then
it's completely possible, honestly.
It is. And why do you say that?
Because if he's going to take one, he should take one with the TBI.
Right.
I don't even know who Ken Davis is.
So, I mean, I do believe that's probably true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did he eventually take one with the TBI?
I think he did.
And he said he passed it. Is that correct?
He said he passed it. I have no confirmation of that. But I do think he took one.
Okay. And hi, Chasing. Good to see you, my dear. The story said, that's the story I understand. She already called Chris and was driving around searching while Chris called the police.
Right. I mean, their words were that she looked around the house for a few moments, went outside, got in her car, started driving around the neighborhood, drove over to the high school, which is Beach High School. And then Chris was the one who three-way called the sheriff's department, not 911, but the sheriff's department. And Katie said she was on mute.
Okay. So she was there and she heard it. Okay. But that's according to them. You haven't been able to verify anything about that, right?
They won't even release the missing persons report to us.
Why do you think that is? I mean, this doesn't
make a long time with Heather at Sumner County and put in records requests, talked to the sheriff, talked to several.
She said she was muted because she was hysterical. She couldn't speak. She was driving and he took over.
Other officers and detectives, and they will not give it to us.
This doesn't make any sense because
I mean, it's bizarre. I've never encountered that before because I often request those things because I don't work cases unless
they wouldn't give her the missing persons report. That tells me there might be more information that the Proudfoots had that initially was given that they don't want out there. There's got to be. Why wouldn't they release the initial missing person report? Listen.
I have a missing person encountered that before because will not give it to us.
This doesn't make any sense because
I mean, it's bizarre. I've never encountered that before because I often request those things because I don't work cases unless I have a missing persons report, especially adults. But
and everybody, I want you to know that Chloe is a licensed PI, a very well-respected PI, and you've worked on many, many, many cases.
None as hard as this.
and you're getting just, slammed. Angel Love wants to know, did Ellie ask for Sebastian's clothes he wore the day before he went missing? I'm going to guess I haven't told you, but I think we can assume if they're doing their job, they did. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So again, all these normal things that you would think the police would be happy to come out and verify, they're not. And I don't know if it's because law enforcement got spooked by some of the crazy YouTubers that came out and caused problems.
Sweet Sheriff Weatherford said he was getting a lot of emails.
I bet.
By a lot of people that weren't necessarily like pertinent to Sebastian's case, you know. So he's getting bombarded.
I'm sure he is. But the thing is,
and that sheriff has since passed away. So now the acting sheriff is Craddock.
It would alleviate a lot of all of the speculation and this craziness if it just came out and said, okay, here's what we did. And it's stuff that we all expect them to do, like ask for the clothes, that he was wearing or he was wearing before and ask for things like that. And again, let's see, hold on here. I want to get this question. Where did it go? Has Seth and Chris taken a poly with Ellie? We think Chris has taken a poly with TBI.
Mm-hmm.
And what about Seth? Do we know about Seth?
Seth took a poly with Nancy Grace, or with whoever Nancy Grace set him up with.
Right. And do we have any results on that, or?
I don't.
You don't? Okay. Mm-hmm. So we don't know what's going on with that, but I would assume, well, if I remember correctly, Seth said that he was told he didn't need to take a poly. If I remember correctly, Seth said that he was told he didn't need to take a polygraph because his alibi was confirmed.
Right.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, polygraphs are
Seth.
voluntary.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not admissible in court. So, I mean, I know they're helpful tools for an investigation, but they're not the end all be all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this is Heather Cohen. She is the other private investigator on the case. Says Chloe is the best out there. My second case with her, and she's one smart cookie. Absolutely, Heather. Absolutely.
Yep.
No question. Thrive Collective says Seth should have access to the missing persons report. Seth should have access to all reports of abuse to CPS and by the school. Have they asked for the school records? And do you know if Seth has gotten a lawyer yet?
Oh, bing bong.
I'm not going to comment on that.
Okay.
Oh.
Chasing wants to know, did Seth fall asleep during the Nancy Grace lie detector, or is that a rumor, or do we know?
Oh,
I saw a comment that had his name next to it that said he did. It hasn't been something I've focused on.
Okay, so we've just got so many questions here in chat. I don't want to miss some here because you are being, and again, Chloe, we really appreciate you coming out here and answering these questions because it's been driving us nuts trying to figure out what's going on, So, okay, let's see here. You talked about how you went out and mapped just the houses that you knew had cameras in the area, and there's a lot of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he should have been picked up if he was out there walking. He absolutely should have. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, Hendersonville is like very densely wooded, and it gets pretty densely wooded almost immediately in any direction when you leave his subdivision.
Right.
It's kind of, I mean, there's a lot of really treacherous terrain out there. We've all been in it, and it's hard.
Exactly. But again,
not at night. So,
right.
And it's hard.
But again, not at night. I mean, not talking about going into that terrain. He would have had to have been on a camera. That's just all there is to it.
I mean, I'm gonna look at it again and again and again, but there may be a way, like if they had a Ring camera on the doorbell, but not a camera in the back of the house, and you walked between houses in a certain direction, he would hit woods, and then he wouldn't be picked up on a camera for a long time.
Okay.
Once he leaves that subdivision, there's no cameras for a long time. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, you have a vetted source making a claim about Chris going to leave Katie. Can you comment on that at all?
Yes, we have a vetted source close to the Proudfoots that has claimed on recording that he had conversations with Chris about him leaving Katie. Not since Sebastian's been missing, but previously.
Before.
A guy?
with Chris claimed force close to the Proudfoots that has claimed on recording that he had conversations with Chris about him leaving Katie. Not
I wonder who that was.
Since Sebastian's been missing, but previously.
Before.
A vetted
Before.
source.
And that's important because, and again, I'm not suggesting this is true, but you have to look at everything. You know, I'm telling you, the police would look at it like, well, is that a reason? Did something happen?
Well, and that's what Heather was talking about the other night on News Nation is we've been kind of like brainstorming this domino effect of like, okay, he went missing February 26th, but there was a lot going on
right
the 3 months prior to that, a lot. And we're trying to just timeline all of that out to see what the catalyst.
At first I thought that it was maybe Nina, but she said he. She said it was a guy. The vetted source was Seth, says Claudia. This is Websleuths Live.
You know,
well, and like Julie here.
I see Seth. All right.
The comment says, the other PI, that's Heather, said in a previous interview there was turmoil at home. Can you comment on any of the turmoil? I mean, we've heard Chris talk about it, and we've heard Seth talk about it, about Chris didn't want Sebastian around his younger daughter.
Right.
And that was a big problem.
Right.
So
if you say yada, you lose a testicle.
The situation going on at home before Sebastian went missing.
If you say Ferris Bueller, you lose a testicle.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Chris admitted to there being CPS calls. And I really think the way he described it was that it was plural. I have confirmation that those did happen.
CPS calls, plural. What if someone was calling on them unfounded?
But yeah, can I just jump in here? Yeah.
Why does she interrupt, dude?
He said Nancy Grace.
Plural. I have confirmation that those did happen.
But yeah, can I just jump in here? Yeah, he said Nancy Grace there was no CPS calls, none.
Right. So he's kind of
he's lying
on what he had said. You know, because I don't know if I told y'all the last time I was on here. I was like, I'm just posting their words.
Right. What they have said.
I'm not even making a post with an opinion in it. I'm just saying what they've said.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly.
It does seem like.
Where was that at, Petty Crocker? Where did he say that? Because he did say something after the belt incident came out, wasn't it?
There were some issues for Chris with Sebastian and his daughter being together.
But Sebastian had not. There's been no reports of Sebastian behaving inappropriately directly with his daughter.
No,
of course not. Right, and Chris didn't want Sebastian around his daughter, just flat out. And I know we're jumping around here, but I want to get to all the questions. Karen Lee says, can you comment on the scent to the retention pond? Did that turn out to be false?
I mean, the dog dove in the pond. The initial maps at the beginning are a bit confusing. I think it was such a mass influx of EMA and officers and everything that some of it got kind of convoluted. Some of it was IT issues. So, you know, you can chase the dog tracks on the map, but some of them tracked on the app incorrectly, not necessarily the dog. But I mean, you hear on dispatch that the scent dog,
yes,
he says she jumped straight in the pond. I mean, we've gone.
It's gonna get interesting when you start watching these comments come in once Chris joins. I think there were Team Tony people in there with alts trying to push the narrative of getting Tony to be the spokesperson for all three.
We have gone through that pond. The divers we brought in, you know, the searchers we brought in, we have gone through those ponds.
Right.
So not only did law enforcement do that, but we have, and there's no water in at least one of the ponds that's on the construction site. It's not like a big, huge pond.
Right.
It's just like a mud pit at this point. It's like quicksand.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, there's
that pond's been checked out.
I mean, I don't know a number right off the top of my head, but I think we have cleared, I don't know, a dozen.
Wow.
There's a lot of ponds in Henderson.
Yeah.
I had no idea until this.
It sounds like it. Okay, so Tracy wants to know, does the high school have cameras that could pick up an exchange of some sort with Sebastian and
They have
somebody?
cameras because you see Katie drive through the high school parking lot.
Right. So have you been able to get any of?
See, again, they're asking about Mrs. Bowersox, and she's like, Katie's on camera at the school.
Those, any other than, do you have the copy of Katie driving through the parking lot, or was that already released?
Mm-mm.
How did you hear about it? Oh, I can't say. Okay, that's okay. No, you're fine. Just give me that look. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. Okay, so let's talk about what we know so far. We know so far the last time that Sebastian was seen was that Sunday before he went missing, when he was at dinner, and it was at the Texas Roadhouse. Was that the name of the place?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and that was with Katie. Katie went home.
Yes.
Chris Proudfoot has not seen Sebastian since early February.
Right.
And supposedly where he said he was checked out.
Hold on.
Seth, according to Seth,
she's gonna tell us, I can't remember if she did already, but she's gonna tell us that she has spoken to Chris and Katie, as well as working, quote unquote, for Seth. I think that she could have heard about the CPS calls from Chris, because they were the ones that were called on, right? So they had to deal with CPS and explain to them, whatever, and talk to them. So it could have been CP that told her that. Yes, just wait, Choo Choo. I'll point them out when they start commenting.
That the police have said, hey, you don't need to take a lie detector because we know where you were.
Yeah, I mean, he works in the Davidson County Jail. He's on surveillance constantly. I mean, he's not even allowed to bring his phone in.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. So he's cleared. But, okay, here's the problem. We know the police have gone into the house and searched. We don't know if they've used luminol. We don't know if they've taken any cadaver dogs into the house. We don't know if,
hey, Alabama, good to see you.
We don't know how in the hell he got out of the house, because he's nowhere on camera, but yet he's on camera earlier taking out the garbage. So he's on a camera somewhere. So why isn't he on a camera when he left?
I think the sun went down on the 25th at like 5.
Oh, I take that back. That might have been Heather that was speaking to Chris. Heather was speaking with Chris, not Chloe. You're right, JR.
40 something. It was before the time change. So it was getting dark. What I've been told by the sheriff's department was it was around 6:30 when they saw it. I think the Proudfoot say 7. That's kind of semantics to me, but so it was getting dark for sure. I don't know that it was like pitch black at that point. I don't know if it was like midnight dark,
But shouldn't these cameras, I mean, I have a little cheapo one here. It is infrared. I can see everybody at night. You would think, correct me if I'm wrong, Chloe, but you would think that there would be a spotting of Sebastian on one of these 11 cameras that you have mapped out, and there are probably more.
Yeah.
And as far as you know, there are no sightings of him.
Right.
So let's say, hypothetically, let's say that is correct. Okay, that there's no mistake, that he wasn't able to escape a camera and duck out of a camera. Let's just say that's correct, that Sebastian is not on a camera anywhere leaving the house in the neighborhood. That means he is either still in the house somewhere, or he never made it home Saturday. But,
I'll be honest with you. I think he still could have left the house.
You do? And not get on camera?
I do.
How come?
It's just a feeling, honestly. I mean, and being in that area and knowing my cameras, and I just there are places where he could have avoided them, and I don't even know that he would have done it on purpose. But
it could have just happened.
Yeah,
could have just happened. So, okay, what about Katie Proudfoot saying he went out without any shoes? Let me just tell you what that screams to me: that he was running for his life. And Seth has said that he doesn't like to go out without shoes because he got bit by fire ants once or something. So what do you think of that?
I mean, I think that's strange.
Fire ants when he was 3.
We now know how many pairs of shoes he did have. I know that was being like very protected by Katie for some reason, but he
look at Ava's question that's pinned.
Didn't have very many pairs of shoes. His feet were growing, and he had done a couple new pairs. Katie would throw out the old pairs pretty quickly. So it wasn't like, I mean, he just had a few pairs of shoes. So I think it was pretty easy to account for all of them. And apparently account for Chris's shoes too, because I know people have wondered if maybe he put his shoes on. So, I mean, I do think that's strange. It makes me think it wasn't a planned runaway. And that maybe something triggered him or there was an
Holly, I didn't
altercation
even
where
think of
he
that.
fight or flight just left, you know.
And that's what I'm
I
thinking.
really don't think it was like, wait for mom to go to bed and then I'll sneak out.
Yeah.
Um,
Chasing said that he could have left through the back door. Now, if he left it through the back door, would he escape all the cameras that way, or would he get the cameras of the neighbors that were in the
he would
backyard?
escape a lot more cameras that way. Their backyard is fenced. That doesn't mean he didn't go that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. There's been a couple of people mention this in chat, and this, I'll be honest, it really does kind of upset me. The reason why the private investigators are coming on and talking is to bring awareness about Sebastian. Okay, Chloe is not going to release any information that she has been trusted with, that she has been agreed not to release. But if we don't talk about it, and if we don't bring awareness to Sebastian, then people are going to forget. And I applaud Chloe and Heather for going on media and keeping Sebastian's case alive. Okay, so anybody in chat suggesting that what they're doing is wrong and hurting the case, no, it's helping the case. We have 1,300 people here in chat, okay, and there's going to be thousands more download this talking about Sebastian. And we'll put Sebastian's picture up, and we've got the the tip line up. This is a way to keep Sebastian's case alive. If we don't, nobody will talk about it, and everybody will forget. And then Seth will be doing an anniversary show every year, begging people. So thank you.
Yeah,
Chloe.
and I mean, I'll make a
And Seth will do have to be doing an anniversary show every year, begging people.
point. I mean, you both know I don't get into all the crap.
No, you don't.
But private investigator doesn't mean I am not allowed to talk. It means I'm privately hired.
Yeah, that's what people are getting the private and private investigator mixed up.
Right.
They think it means that you can't reveal your identity, and that's not the case.
Right. I don't love doing this. I do
No,
it.
you don't. I mean, I had to harass and stop you.
I don't like doing this, but I think it's important, and I hope that it helps simmer down some of the crap.
Keisha Renee, that is what Chloe is doing. She's telling us what's going on, which is not a lot because
Here
the
comes
police
Ava's
won't
question.
reveal a whole lot. Ava wants to know, have the Proudfoots been willing to work with you?
Some.
Care to elaborate or no?
They've had conversations with us, and I think slowly they are having more. Yeah.
Do you think this has moved to a criminal investigation?
Slowly they've had conversations.
Wants to know, have the Proudfoots been willing to work with you?
Some.
Care to elaborate or no?
They've had conversations with us, and I think slowly they are having more. Yeah.
Do you think this has moved to a criminal investigation by the police?
That whole email thing was strange.
Tell us what email thing. Tell us about that.
Several people had requested.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Not just us. And they got similar emails that said criminal investigation.
So they couldn't release it because it was an ongoing criminal investigation.
And
So they requested FOIA, and they were told you can't get this information due to an ongoing criminal investigation. Let's hear that again.
Right.
And several people besides not
what email thing. Tell us about that.
Several people had requested.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Not just us. And they got similar emails that said criminal investigation.
So they couldn't release it because it was an ongoing criminal investigation.
And
right.
And several people besides us received similar emails that said that. Criminal can mean several different things, though. It doesn't mean that Sebastian was murdered and his body is stashed away somewhere. Criminal can mean, somebody is withholding 5 details about what happened. Right. I mean, there's lots of charges that can come from a missing persons case, and it's not foul play.
Yep.
False reporting or withholding information. I mean, things like that. And that doesn't necessarily mean he was murdered.
Exactly.
And it can still be a criminal investigation.
False reporting and withholding things.
Absolutely.
Necessarily mean he was murdered.
Exactly.
And it can still be a criminal investigation.
Absolutely right.
Or withholding in person's case, and it's not foul play.
Yep.
False reporting or withholding information. I mean, things like that. And that doesn't necessarily mean he was murdered.
Exactly.
And it can still be a criminal investigation.
Absolutely right. Let's see here. Let me just grab this really quick. Somebody asked, have you seen the video of Sebastian? The police haven't shown you any video.
Right,
have
Rainbow.
I have seen one video.
You have seen, and which one is that? Can you say?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let's see here. And which one is Sebastian? Let's see here. Let me just grab this really quick. Somebody asked, have you seen the video of Sebastian? The police haven't shown you any video, have they?
I have seen one video.
You have seen, and which one is that? Can you say?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let's see here. Now, I do remember thank you, Evil Alaska, that Katie and Sebastian supposedly were at a relative's house on Sunday. Has that relative come forward and said, yes, they were here, I saw them, all of that?
Yeah, that was Chris's sister.
Okay.
And then I think they were also at a friend's that has,
Yeah.
I think early in the day.
This is what a lot of people are thinking, and I want to bring this up. Is it possible that someone is helping hide him and that someone doesn't trust Ellie, so they're just keeping him hidden?
I mean, everything at this point is a possibility. That's kind of low on my theory list, along with him being groomed and taken away by somebody on the internet. That's pretty low on my theory list.
So she says that's low on her theory list.
But we only have breadcrumbs at this point, so anything is possible. But that's not a high priority.
And people are still bringing up his clothing. We are only assuming that the police have either collected clothing that he was wearing at some point, or they know what clothing he left in. But again, the police haven't said anything to you. They're not telling you what they've collected and what they've done.
No.
And that's the problem. So let's see here. Let's see. Let's talk about Chris and Katie Proudfoot for a moment. They came out early on and did some interviews, which to me I found very troubling, to be honest.
I wouldn't say early on. I mean, a week after he went missing.
Yeah. To me, that's early on. Let me put it this way. I was shocked. I was shocked when I saw their interview because Chris Proudfoot was gleefully telling everybody that he hit Sebastian with a belt. And that made my blood run cold, to be honest. It really did. And it truly troubled me. Now that Chris and Seth are working together, and maybe you can't answer this, is Seth able to just put that aside and talk and work with Chris in trying to find Sebastian?
I think they are doing their best. I mean, there's water under the bridge. I mean, obviously, like I think they're doing their best. I'm not saying it's easy.
Right.
There's a lot of feelings.
Oh, I can imagine. Oh,
boy.
So
there's a lot of feelings. Boy, we had no idea what those feelings were, right? This is PI Chloe. She's the one that got fired for wanting to run background checks. And she got a C&D.
Hold on, let me grab this here really quickly. You mentioned something earlier today about bringing in Q, C-U-E. What is Q?
It is a missing persons SAR organization that's kind of up there with EquiSearch. They can provide massive resources with ATVs, drones, dogs, foot search, boats, divers, which, we've brought in some of that, but not on the mass scale that we would like to. So we are in the works of bringing them in because we have an incredible group of volunteers that,
Do you hear what Seth says he doesn't have resources? Did you just hear all the resources that she was going to bring in? But she got fired and got a C&D.
Over probably a dozen of them have been with us for over a month. And they're there constantly. What do we need to do? Where are we going? And they're doing their best, but that's not very many people in the grand scheme of the acreage that needs to be covered, especially because the terrain is really hard.
Yeah, that terrain is ungodly. So, okay, so you're hoping to bring them in. What's the latest?
I believe we are finishing reports and
do I need to go back? Was it too fast? Listen.
C-U-E.
Seth said, I need to be cleared so I can get more resources. Listen.
You mentioned something earlier today about bringing in Q, C-U-E. What is Q?
It is a missing persons SAR organization that's kind of up there with EquiSearch. They can provide massive resources with ATVs, drones, dogs, foot search, boats, divers, which, we've brought in some of that, but not on the mass scale that we would like to. So we are in the works of bringing them in because we have an incredible group of volunteers that, over probably a dozen of them have been with us for over a month. And they're there constantly. What do we need to do? Where are we going? And they're doing their best, but that's not very many people in the grand scheme of like the acreage that needs to be covered, especially because the terrain is really hard.
Yeah, that terrain is ungodly. So, okay, so you're hoping to bring them in. What's the latest?
I believe we are finishing reports and giving them private property permissions that we've gained. I don't have a timeline on when they'll come. Obviously, they don't just say, okay, we're coming. They plan before they get here. So, I mean, as soon as I have an update about that, I'll share it.
Okay. Jessica London wants to know, was it for sure Sebastian on the camera taking the trash out?
The sheriff's department says it is. I know Seth has said that he can't 100% tell. So I guess I can't answer that.
Okay. Lorna Burrell wants to know, why does it say last seen on Monday, February 26th? Didn't KP say she last saw him Sunday at 9 p.m.? I don't know where it says last seen Monday, the 26th. I don't know where that would be.
I've seen two different versions of the flyer that's been released by law enforcement.
Two different versions. One was Seth's version, a.k.a. Turlin's, said the 25th. The official flyer said the 26th. Seth never paid her. She was pro bono.
I mean, I think they're assuming he was in the home at midnight because that's when Katie went to bed.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to clear this up. 865 Picker said, why would Seth work with Chris and Katie if he feels they had something to do with it? Well, I don't think he is claiming that at the moment. He's putting all of that aside, correct?
Yeah. And I mean, you need to work with the person that last saw your child.
Right.
He went on Peter Hyatt and it was great. I don't know if anybody watched it. Peter Hyatt is wonderful.
Yes, yeah.
Seth went on Peter Hyatt and just sat there, which, by the way, Peter Hyatt has like stage 4 cancer. So wishing the best for Peter Hyatt.
Katie holds the key out of everybody.
She does.
She does. So you have to. I mean, you have to try to work with them, and she holds all the information.
It's not going to do Seth any good to get out there.
Not all the information, but she holds the most information.
And if Seth got out there and started saying horrible things about him, it's not going to help find Sebastian. And he's right. And it's great.
Yeah,
that he's
Heather
stepping
was
back.
paid.
They're both stepping back toward finding Sebastian. Need some Z's wants to know, and I don't know if you know the answer to this. Have the Proudfoots agreed to have the K9 search their house again?
I can't confirm that.
Okay, we don't know. And again, the police.
Thank you, Heather F., for your donation. I appreciate you.
Why they're not saying anything is beyond me. Yes, Bonnie's Journeys. Chris and Katie and Seth are now communicating, correct? They're still communicating. So a lot of people are asking, you're saying that's low on your list. A theory is low on your list. What's high on your list of theories?
Honestly,
thank you, Brian.
The only two theories I have are Sebastian walked out of the house. And I don't mean, like I said, I mean, I think there was an altercation. I think there's some information that hasn't been shared. If that's the case, I don't think he just snuck out in the middle of the night to run away. It didn't seem very planned.
No.
And if that's the case, I do believe he is very close to home still.
That's what SF said
Statistically,
too.
I mean, I think I talked to you about this before we went on. Kaylana Turner, who was missing for over 400 days outside of Houston. I mean, they had massive searches. Texas EquiSearch came in several times. She was found on the same road she went missing from.
Isn't that amazing? And that road had been searched, right?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, it's assumed that she was deceased pretty much that whole time. And there's no foul play involved. So, I mean, I understand. And I've gotten these comments. Why are you still searching here? Why are you still in Hendersonville? He's not in Hendersonville. You do not know that.
Nobody knows that. Nobody knows where he is or he wouldn't be missing.
No. And I mean, law enforcement has, obviously had massive searches, but things get missed.
Yeah. And in fact, Stacey, tell us the story about the girl in England, because that's a great example of things getting missed.
So yes, in England, there was a young girl named Tia Sharp, a young teenager she was staying at her grandma and her step grandpa's house. And so one day, the grandpa said that she had taken off to go down shopping to get some new shoes, some flip-flops. And then Grandma came home, Tia didn't come home, so they called and reported her missing. And there was absolutely no sightings of her at all. Nobody saw her anywhere. And so finally, the police, like I said, searched it many times, and they went back and did a forensic search eventually, and they found Tia wrapped up, stuffed up in the attic, what we call an attic.
Right.
And she was deceased.
And she'd been there the whole time. And they'd searched the house and searched the house. It's so frustrating. So that can happen. Melissa Hart wants to know, have they checked the drains at the construction site?
I mean, to my knowledge, they have.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Cheryl Reed wants to know, is it true that living room lights flickered and a neighbor saw a silhouette around 3 a.m.? Have you heard that?
I do not know. I know that.
Wait, what?
He's
3 a.m. Cheryl Reed wants to know, is it true that living room lights flickered and a neighbor saw a silhouette around 3 a.m.? Have you heard that?
I do not know. I know that he's seen turning the lights on in his bedroom after he takes the trash out, and maybe once again, but I don't think it was 3 a.m. It was earlier in the night.
I'm getting a lot of questions in chat. What's your second theory? Yes, go.
Foul play. I mean,
of some sort.
Yeah.
Of some sort. Okay, let's see. We've kept you here an hour. We're not going to keep you much longer than 4 or 5. So hours. So just
we can talk for a long time, but I'd probably end up getting in trouble. So
no, we understand. And again, we really appreciate you. And Heather, thank you, Heather, for coming to chat. We appreciate it. There are a lot of people commenting about what I'm thinking. And that is Chris Proudfoot seems to, in my opinion, control Katie. I don't know if you even want to comment on that, and maybe it's unfair for me to ask. Do you have any comments on how the Proudfoots have presented themselves?
I understand that. No, I don't really want to comment on it.
Okay,
honestly,
that's fine.
Only because I feel like we're maybe getting to a place that we can
Katie,
refocus
thank you so
finally
much for your
again
PayPal. I
and,
appreciate you,
like,
babe.
You don't want to comment.
and so I don't want to stir anything up.
Professor
To
Kate.
focus on finding Sebastian, and that's what's important. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm just a trashy person. I go in. For
No,
the
you're good. I mean, you're good.
Tracy Witt wants to know, did the police check the roof of the school? I've got to assume they did.
Yes, they were droning.
I would assume they did. You can see the roof of the school if you're in the parking lot. But,
Right.
Yeah.
And I want to put this comment up here. It was really good if I can find it, about how everything just needs to be recanvassed. Everything. Here it is, Daisy Rose. And don't you agree with this?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been trying to do.
That's what she's been doing.
But it takes time because, law enforcement releases this massive search and they don't have to ask permission to go anywhere.
Exactly.
I, as a private investigator, can still get trespassed. So I have to have consent to be on people's properties. Also,
I'm
there's a
just
lot of
going
guns in
fast
Tennessee.
through some of the parts.
A lot of people
No,
would
I'm
do.
not,
I know.
it takes a little bit longer sometimes.
You got to be careful.
Yeah.
I want to rephrase this question. Do you think Ellie is protecting somebody, and that's why they're not telling you information? I'm trying to figure out why they're not.
They are not silent.
Right.
They are telling us things.
But there's a lot they're not telling you that you would think they normally would.
Yeah, there's a lot they are telling us, though. I don't think they're protecting anyone.
Okay, that's good to know. Hold on. Did you ever get permission from the federal property that everyone was kicked off of the beginning? Did you ever get permission to go on that property? Do you know what they're talking
I
about?
was not on that property.
Okay, I do want to.
She was not on that property, she said. The federal property.
Go back there? Are you trying to go back there?
Thanks, Jenna.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. SP Mama, this is a great question. Do you know of any other, I just lost it, missing 401 cases in the area?
Oh, man. Missing in Sumner. In that county?
Yes.
I mean, in Middle Tennessee, it's a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
we have a problem here. I'm not really sure what's going on, but
well, and Tennessee is Summer Wells. I mean, that's the state, but that's Summer Wells. Let's see. Justice Lovey says, whomever did this is very comfortable. He won't be found, but just to be safe, wouldn't the person maybe hide him nearby so they can continue to be relaxed? I'm sure you've thought of those types of theories.
Yeah. No, I haven't thought of everything, or I would have found it. But trust me, I'm not tunnel visioned here.
The video, according to Nick Barris, the video was about 3:10 a.m.
Understand that. Let's see here. Hold on one second. I want to get some of these questions here that haven't been asked. This is a good one. Curious Cat. There were some threats. There's some crazy stuff happening. Did they ever find out who was behind them?
I don't know if that's actually true.
Okay.
Honestly, I've never been threatened.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
She's never been threatened. She
and
says.
plus the drama people are gone.
Yeah, I mean,
the drama people are gone. She says, "Hey, Youper, we got another Youper."
I heard about threats. I never got any proof of the threats. Sumner County even came out and said they had no
Really? Now that's interesting.
Police reports from certain organizations.
Really? Okay. Now that
They
is.
came back and said it was Davidson County that they reported to, which doesn't make really any sense to me, but because I feel like the threats were probably in Sumner County. So I have not received any threats. I have not been followed. Many of my searchers have not been threatened or followed.
So that could just be.
I don't think Heather's been threatened or followed. I mean, people are nasty on the internet, but I don't consider that like a safety issue.
So that could be a bit of malarkey then.
A little bit of malarkey, yeah. I like that word.
Very interesting, because I heard somebody talking about it, and it was somebody that I thought was legitimately saying what happened to them. But if there's no police reports, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I can't say with 100% certainty that people haven't been threatened. I have not found any evidence of it, and haven't had time to focus on that. You know, if you don't feel comfortable searching, don't.
Yeah. Now, has Seth ever said he's been followed before? Do you know?
He has.
Okay. And what about Chris's parents, Chris Proudfoot's parents? A lot of people are very kind of upset that they went to Alaska.
It's bizarre.
Have you or do you know if the police have looked into why they all of a sudden went to Alaska?
I don't know that police have looked into that. I know that tips have been passed on to Sumner County and TBI. Not necessarily about them leaving,
right?
But hopefully that is all being vetted in some way.
Somebody asked a question about, was it prescriptions? I missed it. And then somebody said, oh, that's a great question. I'm like, what was it?
I didn't see it.
It was, if somebody could repeat that, please, because I meant to catch it and chat was going so fast.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
To see if any prescriptions
I don't know if he's checked to make sure prescriptions haven't been filled in other states. I would assume since Sebastian is an Amber Alert that pharmacies would be flagged.
Right. Right.
In my
That's good to know.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Now, Donna D wants to know any news on the sexual offender that was searching, and could he have been moved from the pond? So two questions there. Was there a sexual offender searching? I hadn't heard that. Sex offender, I should say. I have not heard that. Okay. And do you think he could have been moved from the pond?
When?
That's true. People would have been watching and seeing. Now, we are going to put up your email address. In fact, what is your email address? And I'll type it in right now.
help@reuniteresearch.org.
L, like as in lady?
No, help.
Oh, help. Sorry. HELP.
Yeah,
at
in the chat too. Reunite Research.
Reunite Research. Okay.
.org.
.org. And I'll make sure I spelled that right here. So help@reuniteresearch.org, and we'll put that in the description as well. Yes, if you have anything, please, report to the police. If you're more comfortable talking to Chloe or Heather, absolutely. Yep. So, absolutely.
Hey guys.
Let's see here. Who's on camera? So nothing to fear. I'm just going through here really quickly. Do you know if any dogs have been inside Chris's RV?
I don't know.
Okay. Have the Bowersocks spoken with you at all?
No.
Okay.
I don't know,
Have you tried to
Claudia.
contact them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Do you know if the cemetery was searched?
If they're referring to the one
That does Chris
house and the construction site, yes.
Does Chris's family own a funeral home?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's see.
The craziness.
Kim Rice says, regarding
Funeral
items for scent
home,
dogs, do Ellie go in and select items, or do they ask
Alaska.
missing kids' parents to choose and hand them the items? What scent items do they have for Sebastian's?
I think typically they try to use something they were most recently wearing.
Yeah.
I don't either, Nils.
Oh, Keiki says that the grandparents went to Alaska and Puerto Rico. I just think that's weird.
They did. They went to Alaska,
Puerto
I believe,
Rico.
4 days after Sebastian went missing. They were gone about a month.
Mhm.
And then
Turns out it was
when
2
they came
weeks.
back, and JLR chased them around, and then they went to Puerto Rico at some point.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It is terrible.
Good
Now, this
morning,
is a good question.
Woodbury.
You've inspired Ladybug Lady to become a private investigator. How does one become a private investigator?
It depends on what state you're in, or what state you want to be licensed in. So
Yeah, I do know you have to work with a private investigator and do so many hours and take classes and things, right?
it depends on your state. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked it up for California.
Okay, we're gonna skip that.
Flip side is, if the Proudfoot family has done things like this before, is it possible they've done it with
I
Sebastian?
just got a message that Chris wants to come on.
Here we
Chris
go.
Proudfoot? Absolutely.
let's use our common sense now. Let's put on our tinfoil thinking caps here at 3 a.m, waiting on Hurricane Helene. Let's put our thinking caps on. She just got a message that Chris Proudfoot wants to come on. Bing bong.
I don't know where that's.
Can you send him the link that I sent you?
He was not who messaged me, so I don't know.
Get him that link.
And
if he doesn't want to come on the link, he can call my phone and I can put him on through the phone.
Is he in the chat somewhere?
Chris,
I
are
don't
you
know. I just got a message that.
I'll stay on till Friday night if he wants to come on.
Okay.
When you said Chris, I had to sit and think, who? Oh. Okay. What would you like me to do? I can put the link in chat. Hold on. I can put the link in chat. If he is in chat, he can jump on this link. Okay. And if you have his phone number, Chloe, can you send him mine if you'd rather call?
Yeah, just stand by for just a second. Let me make sure this is even real.
Okay. No, I know. I get all excited. Somebody comes on with a sock puppet. That'd be my luck. So.
Right.
Oh my gosh, that happened to us before, remember?
Oh, it has. I know.
Yeah, it did. It was the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah. Came on with a sock puppet. And then somebody else came on and accused me of trying to take down her man or some crap.
Well, obviously, Chris had contact with someone who's in contact with Chloe, which would be Heather.
Like that. Remember that? We've had some weird ones.
Weird things. Yeah.
Yeah. Heather Cohen says it's real.
Okay. Well, she's texting. She's blowing me up.
Okay. I'll tell you what. You and Heather chat, and then we'll chat with chat. How's
Okay.
that?
Well, I'm gonna. How do I
mute yourself?
We'll mute you.
Here, I'll stop.
There you go. There, you're muted. We can't hear you. Okay. Yeah, Ladybug Lady, we're going to talk about what you can do to help. And everybody can do something, and that's just get Seth's picture out. Did you email me that insightful one?
Get
Okay,
Seth's picture
I'm
out.
pull that up
Sebastian.
right now, okay? This is a cute picture. I love this picture. Hang on.
Yeah, it is a good picture, I think.
So let me pull it up here. Oh, heck, I'll stay up all night if Chris wants to come, Come on,
I'll
absolutely.
stay up all night if Chris wants to come on. Jesus, I'll stay up all night.
No, don't need a video. Here we go.
No, I can't blame him at all. He had to cover his ass, cheesy.
There, and you can see there's the tip line, okay? But let's go ahead and read some comments in chat. Are there any that you want to read, Insightful One?
There was one I thought we can answer, but now I'm trying to go back and find it.
Yes, the other private investigator is Heather Cohen, yes. And everybody, if you could read some comments in chat, I need to go let my cat in because, the animals rule this house. So I'll be right back.
Right. I know everybody.
Skip.
There's.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me. What?
Very Creek Town, dude.
Okay, here we go.
No, don't need a video. Here we go. There, and you can see there's the tip line, okay? But let's go read some comments in chat. I need
to know about investigate for a missing child.
But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Well,
what?
Don't blame him.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I can understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming from people, is very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things and help y'all out.
Okay.
So, Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything, first off.
Heather
is the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you
actually
to sit
reached
on this
out to
show
you
and sit here and
month or
give
so ago.
information that you don't have all the answers to is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem is...
I understand it. So let me just smash something real quick.
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say.
This is April 27th.
All your business out to the world.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house.
I agree with him, and I don't blame him for being mad. This is a month, 2 months of misinformation. 2 months. This is April 27th.
Looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right?
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son. All the kids are treated as if they're your own. There is no title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That
He's
boy
gonna
is loved
clear
by
everything
me
up.
just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me
Yeah, that was out of line to correct him and say your stepson. Yeah, that was really out of line.
tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
Okay.
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly, you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
Okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay, and I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again,
so let me help y'all something. Okay. Y'all said some shit that's really, it's really none of your damn business. But since you brought it up, I'm clear it.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after we went missing.
I don't think
Why my
anybody
parents
said
went
that.
to Alaska was because my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh no,
They
it's
said-
out there. Trust me, because I have.
Okay, I
terabytes.
did not say that.
Nobody
I didn't say
said that
you.
there. Okay.
She said 4 days.
I said people.
Okay.
Now I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some vile stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
But
Trust me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No, and Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a good.
By the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's business.
Well, but Chris, let me, and
it's not. What his parents were doing is not anybody's business. As long as they worked with law enforcement, it's none of our business.
Please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay. Here's the thing. When you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And let me tell them, from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you. We've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
But
It is
your
not
problem with
meant.
thinking outside of the box
Mhm.
does nothing but cause speculation. And it causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff? Not
Okay.
you. I'm saying the public.
And so
He's so right. I would be sitting there going, where in the hell do they come up with this shit?
that, Chris, that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that. But
It doesn't
and
matter,
I
though.
did want to clear
that
it
does
up.
not matter.
I
Doesn't
did want
matter
to clear
one
it up,
iota.
Chris. I
Chris?
did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
not-
I just want to make it clear that
Can I explain to you?
yeah,
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and asked me to ask my question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What was the question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question,
And
what
that's not
was
what
your
I'm
question?
saying. That's not what I'm saying. I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
And Chris, I know you're mad. God, I can feel it, I can hear it, and I understand it. You've got to believe me when I tell you this. Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't.
If that would have been me, I probably would have hung up if she told me to dial it back. Right, but his family doesn't own either or. That was another rumor that was out there in the beginning.
There anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows that.
It pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
Exactly.
I've been in our shoes.
Okay, well, you don't know that, but...
Looking beyond, he's ex-military. I don't think he's trying to talk like he's a cop. He talks like he's military.
But I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child, no. But believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you, all right? Anybody here in this chat that asked about the cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just tell us.
Exactly. And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
That's a $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry, I said that. There's a lot of
Stacey.
crazy people online, and just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too, to see if we could help in any way. Oh.
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, please let us help you, okay? We're not here to point fingers at you or whatever, but the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem, never, until social media, and it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible, but let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, everybody, stop with that bullshit, all right?
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property. We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something, like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help, because he'd have been home by now.
Right, no, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay, but understand, when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
worst nightmare
or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at Websleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay. Yes. But hey guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him. Okay. And his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you. This was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is? Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Okay, Heather has joined the panel. But yes, Trish has said that she would have handled this differently if she had all the information. She's apologized publicly.
I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in. And I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, you know, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
I am too. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled.
I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Okay, so let's address something real quick with your viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Wow.
Hey, everybody,
So her chat was allowing people to call Chris drunk and belligerent.
Okay, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game,
No.
then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn.
Wow. That's why people don't like going on panels where they're attacked in the chat. It's disrespectful. It's like walking into a room. This is how I picture a panel. When someone comes up on my panel, I picture them being in a room. And right now we have 653 people in this room. Can you imagine going up in front of 653 people and having those people vocally attacking you, shouting out nasty shit about you? Would you stay up on that fucking stage? I wouldn't. It's rude as fuck.
Turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get us to play this game.
Hey, everybody, if any, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game, then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them, kick them out. Okay?
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
If you want to ask questions, you don't let your chat call them drunk and belligerent.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk, because guess what, folks? I can read the comments that you post.
I know, and I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us? Anybody?
And the other part of this is, if it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it. Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly,
Seth.
Children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves, but I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own.
Well, but Chris, let me.
What do you mean walking on eggshells? I don't know why she kept interrupting him, but she should have had her mods control it as soon as she knew Chris was coming up.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house, he didn't brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house, he didn't.
Yes, you are correct. No, you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm.
You just hit the nail on the head.
Yep, right here. This is the bing bong of this entire interview.
Bing bong.
Right here.
Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house, he didn't.
Yes, you are correct. No, you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm.
You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it, because quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian. And
bing bong.
Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house, he didn't.
Yes, you are correct. No, you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head. You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it because, quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right. And you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation while everybody stood behind me and would snap them little pictures and stuff. Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one. But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show sitting there. He's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance.
Do you hear this? This is why he's mad.
Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth. Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling the situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, you know, and
Trishy, I mean, I guess if we want to pick apart his comments, yes, it was cold-hearted sounding. You're right. At this point, all three of them could know where Sebastian is or what happened to him. I don't know. That was a cold-hearted comment.
in the last week, we've been trying to build a bridge. And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect, but I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see, because unfortunately we're meeting on a very bad circumstance. Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force.
Listen
he wants
close.
to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he goes to he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me that. I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time.
Okay.
But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. Cheerleader for him this whole time.
Okay.
But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that.
Exactly.
During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met. I have been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Well, again, I just, if I could just
Yeah,
step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but you know, what you know has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. You know, I mean, we could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian because the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not true.
He was totally baited. They're like, let's address rumors. So he addresses rumors and then he's accused of being too angry. Yes, this sounds way different, doesn't it, JR?
All anger, it's disappointing.
No, and I'm not saying that. And I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying at this point it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah, and it's like an energy vampire, you know, and we're all tired. And I mean, I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No, that was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Listen to this part.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right, and you know, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took it and passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay, well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him, and I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now, so please do what you feel is best. I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now, so please do what you feel is best. And I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now, so please do what you feel is best.
Okay, so you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no, and I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay,
which,
again,
you know, another thing which is kind of funny that you bring this up because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down. If you got it, post it. Video floating around of me tearing these things down. If you got it, post it. Because if you ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I've never seen that.
And
exactly, because it doesn't exist.
No, I'm sure it doesn't.
From myself, I've never seen that.
And
exactly,
I also
because it doesn't exist.
No, I'm sure it doesn't.
And I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie, Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old. Instead of when you see something, you pick up the phone immediately and you call the cops.
See, I think Seth was directing tips 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Don't something you pick up the phone immediately and are 2 and 3 weeks old. Instead of when you see something, you pick up the phone immediately and you call the cops.
Remember, Barbecue Lady had tips for Sebastian at yahoo.com early on? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only and make your report immediately.
I will say,
you don't call anybody but law enforcement only and make your report immediately.
I will say,
anybody but law enforcement only and make your report immediately.
I will say, you know, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried.
People think they're going to get a call back when they call in a tip.
That maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't think
for the record, right. So
for
the record, I think what folks need to understand, because y'all don't have all the information that
exactly why, Christina. You don't have all the information. So you can't say they should be out there blasting. They have more information than we do. Who are we to judge them when they know more than we do? We have to open our minds to that.
Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I don't. For the record, I think what folks need to understand, because y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I
some of the information that Seth has. Listen to that again.
Understand. Have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wish
He's
we truly could.
frustrated, y'all. Whatever he's doing, he is upset. He's frustrated. He's been dealing with 2 months of misinformation being put out by Team Seth.
But I'm sorry that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wish we truly could. But unfortunately, we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything, you don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't. Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single callback when they're looking for missing children, not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy. Not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be, and then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does, and we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm so
let's
glad.
do this.
Okay, VW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have.
And they have.
What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period. And
that's why he said this would be studied, because they have used so many resources.
Probably in the state with a number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet hell I am. You can bet on it. I don't think, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start at one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know. But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind how many children.
But then we get one detective assigned to Sebastian's case 24/7.
Are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back. It ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that.
I can imagine. Because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person. I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset and every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's not.
I want to read you a comment, and I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused to release it because
What documents on, let me ask you this, on who? Me, Seth, Katie?
Katie.
Okay.
So Seth was probably putting it in Chloe's ear that Katie had a past. Looking beyond, we get it that you don't agree with Katie calling her husband and him calling police. We get it. But if you're home alone and you're scared, and like I said, we don't know all of the ins and outs, I don't blame her for calling her husband. Not one bit. And they know more than Seth knows, in my opinion.
I refused to release it because, number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
When she was young?
Yes.
Okay, so
She kind of sounds like momming it up to me right here.
Let me finish. And I referred to the Michael Vaughn case where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they
By
did.
the public for a very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They didn't.
Now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Oops.
Yeah. Tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love.
I think he's sick and tired as well and frustrated with Seth being negative towards law enforcement.
Love you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back
get the
to
public
what's
on your
being
side.
asked.
Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I
But
know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly. And that's
together. Because I
But
know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
exactly. And that's
This is
that's
not.
what we're
This is
trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
You know,
it is. But
are you
if we're
team
not,
this? I'm Team Sebastian.
Same.
You know, I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the
Exactly,
public's help.
Kate.
Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacey? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. You know, we don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money the show makes.
No, I make no money.
We
off
don't
it.
make money. We're not
We make zero
monetized.
money.
It's not
And we
monetized.
don't
Not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not
Oh my
monetize.
God, I love how they. No, we're not monetized. This is the truth. They used to be monetized. They got into a contract deal with Othram Labs in Texas. They're utilizing all of the information from Websleuths, which is super cool, to solve cold cases. So, no, they're not monetized by YouTube, but they are in a contractual agreement with Othram. She made the announcement, but I love how they all just like jumped on that.
Monetize. We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah.
A monetary show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not
Right.
monetize. We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Websleuths
that,
is
that's
a
why
the reason why I
completely
asked
show I
that.
will go on.
It's completely free,
Well,
and the website is as well.
No
Right.
advertising.
So the
on our
reason
website,
the
nothing.
reason why I'm asking that question, okay, is because if people are true to what they say in their heart, especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers, the shows that make this money, I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this, I would love for you, they know who I'm talking about, the clickers, the shows that make the money. I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't, like I
But-
said, we make zero money. It costs us money to
And
do
I
it.
appreciate it and I respect that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again, it's just like with, Nancy Grace or with news media, they report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree, there's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope.
Trisha just got a message on her phone, and then we're going to have Seth up. Not right now, but it's coming up.
Been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped.
Chris, I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and so just no thought
hear you out.
in your gut, spit it out. It doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to part of the investigation.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards.
Yes, there was a scent. The dog dove into the pond. There was a scent. It was said on dispatch.
Where's back?
And Chloe addressed it in the beginning of this video.
Has went because last time I checked, there's not one shred of evidence.
You know he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or somebody's taking that child outside of my house, say
I'm not
that.
insinuating anything.
Someone was in my house.
I'm saying
Insinuate somebody was in my house or had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or somebody's taking that child outside of my house, say
I'm
that.
not insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So just to make this real crystal clear, there's a back door. Every door in the house, when Katie got up that morning, was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So
Did Katie do that?
Do
Can he
what?
walk out? Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Oh my God. He just said there's a keypad on the front door. All the other doors have keys. Bing bong.
Every door was locked.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Okay. Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on, and Gray Hughes. He would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can
him?
bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up. Okay, Gray? I just sent it to your Facebook.
Okay, we're skipping this part because I can't take it. And it's kind of irrelevant. So we're going to get to where... Let's see, I
That
think
people
it's
want
around
to
here.
know. Is it common for you and Katie to talk as long as you did that night?
Sure.
Okay. Seth.
Do you hear the phones?
Is here. I've asked him to join us. Insightful One, if Seth jumps on, can you please put him on the screen because I can't because of my computer.
Right. I got it.
Thank you.
Have you guys seen the dog scent track? That if you're interested.
And what you're referring to is Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it. Because I didn't.
Why?
I'm
Just short of it.
Stacy, I believe Seth is here.
Yeah, I got it.
Seth, I am so glad that you are here.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Seth. Watch.
Stacy, I believe Seth is here.
He's on camera for like a split second. See him?
Yeah, I got it.
Seth, I am so glad that you are here, my dear. Thank you very much. Seth,
My
what would you like to
dear.
say now?
I got a few questions to ask Chris.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You can. Yes, he can hear you.
Hey, Chris. So why did you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email?
Say it one more time. All I heard was something.
Listen to this, Katie, an email.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
Because I didn't see the information in what
email I sent.
One more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
Because I didn't see the information in what you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it. So that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. If we're going to work together, more
Because I didn't see the.
you text the other day about something.
Yes, he can hear you.
Hey, Chris. So why did you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email?
Say it one more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
Because I didn't see the information in what you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it. So that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. If we're going to work together, more than a week communication between the people that I'm sending stuff to you and Katie.
Okay, so hear me out. I told you. I told you.
Okay.
I told
Let's
you
not come
Seth,
into
that we will work together.
All right.
I explained to you I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now,
hiring a PR person. Did you hear that?
if you think I'm not going to do my homework off of these platforms, that's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm on a social media platform, you've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy.
Bing bong. This is when Seth was trying to get them to also sign with Tony Mathis. They were trying to get them all to work together. This is when the weird comments are going to pop up. There's like an old lady in this picture, and it says, "It sounds like the three of you need a spokesperson." It's probably Tony.
Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name. If you follow us and keep everybody platform, you've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy.
Tony Mathis has been sued 25 times.
Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it? I hope.
Seth is gone.
Oh,
Seth?
Seth gone? It looks like he's
Uh-oh.
Seth gone.
I think so. Wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off?
25 lawsuits.
Yeah. How about I'll get off the panel. I'm sure that'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just wanted,
stop it.
I just wanted to say that, you know, I understand what I've seen. What I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides. Everybody probably been screaming. It's where I'm coming from. That's all I can do, and I've never seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's, you know.
Yeah.
Take care, Greg.
Bye, Greg. Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks.
I do know. I think up in his area, he doesn't have like the greatest signal because a lot of times when we talk, his
You know what?
phone, he will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call me rather than go on the internet? Just call me on the phone, and I can put him on and it'll be a really, really strong signal. I mean, it'll sound really good. So, okay.
Yeah.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me.
Heather, if you want to give him my number, and Chloe has it, feel free, and he can, if it's better for him to call me or creators in chat, so let's not do that, okay?
Yeah.
So
Right. So let's get to our next question.
Okay, next question.
He's like, let's get on with it.
Let me take a look at my notes, yeah, because I just wrote some things down. Have you had, and I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris, my mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Yes, I sure have.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So they're anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it, whatever. I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent.
See?
And takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate, because honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around the neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there, and yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond?
No, I didn't say
No,
all that.
that's
I
not
just
what he
told
said.
you.
Jesus.
I had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around. I didn't say.
Yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond?
No, I didn't say all that. I just told you. I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house. I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm
That's
not going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different
3 dogs went on the same path.
directions, but it's all unreliable.
Hughes lost me when he opened his mouth for the first time.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts of where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel, I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter.
So the other dogs kind of zigzagged around. They picked up scents in the backyard. I mean, you got to remember, Sebastian took out the trash, so they might have picked up his scent there. They could have picked up his scent going in the garage. I mean, he lived there, so his scent is going to be everywhere, right? But they're saying that 3 of them left the yard and went to the pond. Thank you, Rhonda. I enjoy you being here. Thanks so much.
One that she is referring to that collapsed. Honestly, we know that the one collapsed, but we don't believe they had anything to it.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. So people have been asking, and this I don't mean to sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're asking.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, then here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this because it's real simple. We, all 3 parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search, that we needed to be available.
Hear this?
To talk to law enforcement, to go out and search. You're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this because it's real simple. We, all 3 parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search, that we needed to be available to talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatened death threats, by the way, to us. You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there, but you do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL
Lord.
speaker. Seth, I want to give, hey, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please, go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me, we're going to review it, and then we're going to send it to law enforcement. Let law enforcement go that route, and then when law enforcement comes in.
Hold on.
To be on your property.
Hold on, Chris. Chris, hold on one second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
He's all worried about Tony. Hear this? Hey, Miranda, thank you for checking in.
Okay,
But to speak for all three.
Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
but
You're
you
correct.
haven't
You
spoken
are very correct.
to him.
I have spoken to him.
When?
And I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep. And unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I can, as I can, when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What has that got to do with finding Sebastian?
Mm.
What has that got to do with finding Sebastian?
It's been the
If
question
he's going to be our
all.
spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talk with law enforcement. We'll get back to it. And we'll let him know our consideration and talk with law enforcement. We'll get back to it. And we'll let him know our decision.
So
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said,
Her having conversations with or without you. This tells me that Seth was complaining to Chloe that Katie wouldn't speak to him.
Said before you came on, I do having conversation aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Right.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very.
I mean, I am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
so
you're
we would really love to hear from Katie.
Did you hear Seth? No, you're interrupting her. This is my show. Listen.
About his body language.
Just get to it.
Okay.
No,
so
you're
we would really love to hear from Katie. About
I am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
so
you're
we would really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. We've heard from others who are not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean,
I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious. And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different, and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think that has been a little bit difficult.
But right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses, and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth before.
All right, we're going to interrupt this BS Seth session with this from
25
JLR.
lawsuits. 25 lawsuits. 25 lawsuits. And you can go see yourself. It just keeps going on and on and on. Him and his wife, look, him and his wife been sued, his wife Dana, in debt. Just keeps going on. Look, him and his wife sued, in debt. Banks, financial institutions, churches, default judgments. Tony Mathis. I told you I got the receipts. Tulsa County, all over Tulsa. Look, he used to have a business he called himself Game Time Sports. Game Time Sports. Failed companies. Not only that, but failed companies. Look, independent school district sued Tony Mathis. Literally, a school district for trademark infringement. They were scheming. They were using some sort of school, independent school district. We'll talk about that. Look at this. Castle Realty suing Tony Mathis and his wife. Forcible entry and detainer. Yeah, they are old, but they do go back into the teens in the last 20 years. It just shows character here. Considering that this man is currently under investigation for providing money to people to harass the Proudfoots. Look, it just keeps going. Look at this. Receipts. I got the deets and the receipts. I got the Mott's applesauce. I got the Mott's. It just keeps going on. 25 lawsuits. 25 lawsuits. 25 lawsuits. And you can go see yourself. It just keeps going on and on and on. Him and his wife, look, him and his wife been sued, his wife Dana, in debt. Just keeps going on. Look, him and his wife sued, in debt. Banks, financial institutions, churches, default judgments. Tony Mathis. I told you I got the receipts. Tulsa County, all over Tulsa. Look, he used to have a business he called himself Game Time Sports. Game Time Sports. Failed companies. Not only that, but failed companies. Look, independent school district sued Tony Mathis. Literally, a school district for trademark infringement. They were scheming. They were using some sort of school, independent school district. We'll talk about that. Look at this. Castle Realty suing Tony Mathis and his wife. Forcible entry and detainer. Yeah, they are old, but they do go back into the teens in the last 20 years. It just shows character here. Considering that this man is currently under investigation for providing money to people to harass the Proudfoots. Look, it just keeps going. Look at this. Receipts. I got the deets and the receipts. I got the Mott's applesauce. I got the Mott's, folks.
That was JLR. And he's got Tony Mathis criminal pattern in 1 minute. Actually, yeah, that's my video, actually. All right, we're going to go back here now.
I put him back into the situation because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online. Right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, I don't know. Was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked.
Exactly. Did you guys catch that?
Go ahead.
We want the facts. Let's get the facts.
Wow.
You just
listen to that again.
Days and Sunday.
Is it
what you're saying?
Succeed. Because he's not ready for certain things.
Just use duct tape, or
so he was going to go.
Not duct tape. Use masking tape, Lucid, and write media with masking tape.
I'm going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean,
She interrupts.
It's online school.
Okay. Online, right? Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris. The day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like I don't know. Was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school. Seth
school.
was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't.
No, I don't.
I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay, Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoken.
Well, that right there's a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do what?
And me and him had already spoken.
Well, that right there's a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
I'm sorry, do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, that I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie. And that didn't happen. But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure. We'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our household is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand it. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's why I asked about his day, because
Let's
I
go
didn't
back
know.
to the day. Okay, go ahead.
No, okay. So, Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris?
All right, so one more time, I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday, when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him?
Still
Is
at
this
it,
something
Puff
normal?
Muffin.
Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend, or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
Here we go. Priscilla Turner Posey. And Miss Priscilla says, maybe you need a spokesperson for the 3 of you. Now, who the hell would that be? Look at Priscilla.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making the
is this a normal date?
Priscilla just came up out of the blue while Seth is trying to get Tony Mathis and Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot on board with each other. And here comes Priscilla. Maybe you need a spokesperson for the 3 of you. Posey, a.k.a. Poser.
For them on a weekend. For them to do
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things. And a lot of times that's where, you know, you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. You know, when Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And I'm not saying any of that is
gotta,
suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No,
Okay.
he was not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table, period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you every single day in and day out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and brother. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
My son to your
same statement I'm going to tell you every single day in and day out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and brother. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that?
Do you hear these games? We've got this. Maybe you two need a spokesperson, or maybe you need a spokesperson for the three of you. And now Seth comes in and says this about his mom.
Well, we can move.
So
every single day in and day out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and brother.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? Well, we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
There's a rumor out there, Chris, that your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, you know darn good well you got a question about my
I'm just
mother.
asking.
You pick up the
I didn't
phone.
take you
and
somewhere
you
to
call.
like a boot camp or anything like that, and Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think Seth is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to
No,
answer any
Chris, I'm not
questions.
saying you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple, Seth.
To put it to the rest.
You have seen the video.
I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie. No, he want to talk to Katie. Let's listen to that part again.
Footage of real simple. He's got my
been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone.
That your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, you know darn good well you got a question about my
I'm just
mother.
asking.
You pick up the
I didn't
phone.
take you
and
somewhere
you
to
call.
like a boot camp or anything like that, and Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think Seth is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to
No,
answer any
Chris, I'm not
questions.
saying you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple, Seth.
To put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in a room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room
Wait a minute.
with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you were in on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in a room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room
Wait a minute.
with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just, Chris.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's watch it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public.
What problem with
Go ahead.
when you build your video footage? Well, it's real simple, Seth.
To put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just, Chris.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's squash it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, the statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact.
Sorry, I'm snacking, so I was muted, but I know what time it is. We're in a hurricane party. Chill.
I did, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here. Squashing the
Chris
rumor.
is getting gassed
Seth,
like a
there is no rumor.
motherfucker.
You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't.
Uh-huh. You know damn good and well. And look at what's still pinned. Maybe you need a spokesperson for the three of you, says Priscilla in her baseball cap.
Weren't near Katie. They weren't in the.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here. Squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
And you
to
should,
do
Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit, and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People are talking over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Worsham's and him getting
Okay, so here's the answer, the final answer to this.
It's not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media.
Who would be driving up to Chloe saying that Mrs. Bowersox was seen there? A, you'd have to know Mrs. Bowersox to know that. You'd have to find Chloe to tell her that. Right. So who the hell just pulling up to Chloe saying, hey, guess what? Miss Bowersox. I'm telling you right now, that woman was seen on camera. Damn it. I'm telling you, Chloe, that woman was seen there. I don't care what anybody says. That lady was on camera. Turlin's Kim.
You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me. You say
about this. It's just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement? This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone. Hell, I'll do you one better, and I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
Ooh, Okay, because Chris knew he was getting more information than Seth. Let's get Bobby and Carter in on this. Sorry, I'm eating some Doritos.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I would.
Well, then guess what?
The situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
So explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things. Because in turn, dispelling these things will take
so full of
some of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start...
That doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit that's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly, but I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
And I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea what I am.
I'm not saying I know how frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I'm not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
as a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should have
I
went.
did say that actually several times. And you can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them to be behind both of you.
Seth, we need them.
And
we need them to find Sebastian.
Exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public will find
that's
him.
my biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Right. And it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like those.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours, and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So,
Can Chris hear me?
Yes, he can.
Can you? Well, you can't throw us in a back room. Somebody can talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off, and you can call him. Do you want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Okay.
Listen,
First of all, you can't just turn off comments on YouTube. Second of all, Bobby and Carter are both investigators, detectives. One is from the TBI. One is from Sumner County. So, yeah, I don't think Seth wanted to sit down with Bobby and Carter. Just a hunch.
may not like my opinion.
But meanwhile, Priscilla is still up here with the, you need a spokesperson for the three of you bullshit.
But when we got rumors out there, when you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit.
Okay,
I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox with crap, which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My report is real simple, Seth.
To find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly. Because right here, we get in rumors. So people know. When I told him to fuck off, if they doesn't like it, They know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out?
Mm-hmm.
You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for later.
Here to swing, bud.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
The things that I put out there
Should never have come out. You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for later.
Here to swing, bud.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
What?
I put out
Things that should never. How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for later.
Here to swing, bud.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
Okay. What? Okay.
Chris,
So
that's
Let me
not productive.
finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish.
Oh my God.
You all are playing one-sided here.
no, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth, let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. I'll watch you disrespect me, what,
I
how
love
ugly
this.
this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the video. You shouldn't have said. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you said some things that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show
Now,
me this.
You
Now,
don't need to show
in
me the
hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lisa, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information. Sunday, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lisa, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Trish,
So
can
let's answer.
we move on to the question?
I rewind.
Yeah, let's-
I
there's a-
rewind important parts, okay, so that you can hear them again. I'm not going to talk every time I do it, but when there's certain points I want you to hear, I'm going to replay it.
You can't talk to a fucking log.
That's a sound bite, but I'm going to rewind it.
A question here in chat, and I've heard this.
So let juicy doing it. We sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lisa, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Trish,
So
can
let's answer.
can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's. There's a question here in chat.
Good, Lisa. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show
Now,
me this.
You
Now,
don't need to show
in
me the
hindsight,
videos.
That is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own.
He said
that-
you don't need to show me the videos.
Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
No, it's me.
You don't need to show
Now,
me this.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lisa, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Trish,
So
can
let's answer.
can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's. There's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And Chris, this is a good one. I'd like to clear up. Is
Okay.
it true that Chris told Seth, "You will find your son at church"?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's
What he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
So in other words, if you, that's
What he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
so in other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying,
Yes,
Chris?
that is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a
Not
question for
you go to a church and you'll find it. Who's
Hold
coming
on,
up with that
Seth.
crap?
I'm sorry, Chris.
Did you hear
finish.
him?
I'm sorry.
No, it's to a
Who
church.
comes up
The
with
whole
that
conversation
crap?
in reference
Listen.
was
I have a
not
question for
you go to a church and you'll find it. Who's
Hold
coming
on,
up with that crap?
I'm sorry, Chris. Finish. I'm sorry.
I'm talking because why? I understand. I see where people got that.
Right.
But that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's better ways to have said it, Chris.
Oh my God.
Okay, and that's
For you
semantics.
to think, there's better ways to have said it, Chris.
Okay, and that's
For you
semantics.
to think that I don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not
That's
going to church or
semantics.
going to church. Can we
Is
go
that
to the next
fine,
question?
Sebastian?
Said it.
Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's better ways to have said it, Chris.
Okay, and that's
For you
semantics.
to think that I don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not going to church.
Are you saying I don't go to church? And then all of a sudden he's Roman Catholic and, he's Easter miracles and it's Holy Saturday.
Going to church. Can we
Is
go
that
to the next
fine,
question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Seth, I didn't say anything about you not going to church or going to church. Can we
Is
go
that
to the next
fine,
question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we move to the next question?
All right, thank you.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air. Let's talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point. We know that there is a possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Actually, Sebastian. Not
I'm
Seth.
sorry, what did I say? I'm sorry.
You
I'm
said
so
Seth.
Seth, I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I'd like to be missing.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen, a possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay? There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay, so that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you two first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I agree,
sorry, my dog
Robin.
was barking. What did you
That's
say?
okay. I said, what is the next step? What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. And I think really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together. And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction. And I'm hoping that, as I said, Chris had called me earlier and just right before the show started, and I messaged Chloe and was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about, because I wanted to, some of the things that he cleared up with me, I wanted to make sure she was aware of. But, reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
I really think that these PIs thought that this was going to, calm things down and get, Seth to kind of stop with the rhetoric. We heard earlier that the TBI actually called Seth to tell him that Chris passed the polygraph. And he said it didn't help. Seth never told anybody that.
Very good. Chris, what would you like to see us do? What do you think?
At this point, keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light. Spread the words. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I
Right.
told Heather the same thing. There's so many tips that come in weeks later instead
That's
of the
messed up.
moment that they come in. When you get these tips, you call 911, you call TBI, you don't call these PIs, you don't call Seth, you don't call us, you just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers. Trust me, keep the prayer warriors out there. We need them.
I agree. And I think, you know, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to continuously search their properties.
Robin, I can't believe you're awake.
And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas, and things get missed. So I think it's important to like center it back to the local level, first of all, because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions.
Yes, they are.
We need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property, because I believe he could be very close to home.
There you
Now,
go.
I will say this much, that everything that she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing. If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. You know, please, everybody that's searching, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay, he has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay.
Why?
That needs to stop right now. And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
Seth.
I need people to keep the faith. I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now, but it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian. Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what needs to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Just whenever he's here for me.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said. BBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers. I have
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity that still exists out here, that we can come together. Heads up, eyes open, see something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI, call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you know, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it. All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females too.
Oh, good men, that's good females too. Listen to this.
I'm not, you know, good men is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females too. I'm not, you know, it's just for evil to exist and continue is good people they do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work, on your way to the corner store, on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely.
You might see him,
Walmart.
and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other, and I don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through, and I called Lebanon.
This is where
they didn't even know that my son was missing.
This is where he brought up fucking Lebanon. Listen to this.
Oh, love the negative. I don't have law enforcement.
Facebook tip came in. Listen.
Groups do not communicate with each other, and now you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other, And now
I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other.
don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through, and I called Lebanon, which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, jeez.
Which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I will second that with Seth. There's a lot of people out there that don't know locally.
Right.
There's a lot of people that don't know locally, but he brings up Lebanon.
They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely need to.
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing.
See, yeah, he's not saying they're not communicating. He's talking about there's people locally. Hashtag there's no flyers that anybody can report seeing in Clarksville where Seth lives. Right. Who's in Lebanon? Right.
He's saying that there's a
Not
lot of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary. Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs.
And they need to. They absolutely need
Listen to this
Well,
bullshit.
I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing that he's saying that there's a lot
Not
of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary. Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know.
Communicating. I'm just agreeing that he's saying that there's a lot
Not
of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary. Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working a 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But
More than a 16, which is illegal. The fuck is he talking about? Why is he going on and on like he's a law enforcement officer?
we still have to have
Listen.
law enforcement. The officer before him could have been working a 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. Killing it. I mean, I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
So if you've already called TBI with your information, but you think it might be a rumor, if you heard it from Joe Blow down the fucking road, you're not helping find my son.
Okay, this is fucked up right here. He's saying if you just heard something from Joe Blow and you're reporting that, you're not helping find my son. It's like he's discouraging people from calling now. Listen to that again.
You're part of the might be a rumor with your information, but you think it might be a rumor if you heard it from Joe Blow down the fucking road. You're not helping find my son. You're part of the problem. People out there listening that are doing the death threats, I will see you at my door. You're going to sit there and pick on people. You're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him and I need him back.
Mm-hmm.
I need him back. Not that I want him back. It's I need him back.
Mm-hmm.
I need him back. Not that I want him back. It's I need. Because my life has stopped. I need him back. Not that I want him back. It's I need. Because my life has stopped him back. Not that I want him back. It's I need. Because my life has stopped. Because
Seth.
My son is not here, and I find it hard to function.
Can you
not for a coward? And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him, and I need him back.
Mm-hmm.
I need him back. Not that I want him back. It's I need. Because my life has stopped. Because
Seth.
My son is not here, and I find it hard to function.
Can you ladies get him a hold of me?
They're like, Chris is like, can you guys cut this off? Can you ladies like stop him right now? Because he's losing it. He's fucking losing it.
Without my son here.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Seth.
What did you say? Go ahead, Chris.
Right. Seth, I know what you're doing and I understand the plea, but hang tight, man. You and I we need to get off this panel. You, me, Katie, PIs need to get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian, you see it, you say something, you call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't. I'm looking out for you. Don't.
Can I just say one thing? I don't want to ever discourage people from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100 times from everybody on social media, just sending the screenshot, did you see this? And we've already seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but I don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And Seth is like, oh, you're not helping find my son if you're calling in this or you're calling in that. You call it in. Whether you know if it's true or not, they'll check it out. That's their job. Yes, it's annoying. Yes, it can be redundant, but that's their job. And good morning, everyone that's just joining. We are doing a hurricane party. It's not doing shit here yet.
So I have a different message to send. I don't want anybody to feel discouraged. Please reach out to us. Please reach out to PBI. Do not keep anything silent because you don't think it's
Absolutely.
important.
And I wanted to reiterate, like I get a ton of messages, and even if I do not respond to you, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it, and that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it.
Mm-hmm.
So please, I get them on Twitter, I get them on Facebook, I get them in my emails. If I don't respond, it's not because I'm ignoring you. We are vetting things that we know are probably nothing.
Right.
But we're still vetting them.
I mean, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's regardless of how everybody out there feels about me personally, regardless. Let me help everybody with something.
Good night,
this
Rhonda.
might help you understand
Hey,
where we're
Melanator.
all standing. There are some folks out there that have children. And I would like for you to take your step back and you can go look at your children. You get to look at them. You get to hold them. You get to hug them. You get to give them kisses every night. You get to say, I love you, and all the fun jazz that you get to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there are 3 parents that cannot do that right now to one child. One. Regardless of how you feel about me, because I can tell you now, I'm not the most liked person in the world, and I'm perfectly okay to accept that. But if your heart's in the right place and you're doing this for the right reasons, it's not about me. It's not about Seth. This ain't about Katie. This is about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, our son. And all I'm asking for y'all is to please tone everything down. Focus on the positive. Keep pushing the message out there. And trust me, when we find Sebastian, when he comes home, let the party begin. But that's all we're going to ask of y'all is please just keep spreading the word and be supportive and just keep pushing Sebastian. That's all we're going to ask.
Thank you. Seth, any final words?
Hey, are you nuts?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for coming tonight. I apologize for the rude comments in chat. Our mods were deleting them as quickly as possible. Those people disgust me. They're not welcome here. And
Thank you so much.
I thought that was really interesting to watch that with a different set of eyes, didn't you guys? Listen, I want to put on an update on this storm. Let's see what they're saying. They're not talking now. Let's go back to the latest update.
Before making landfall along the Big Bend, like we mentioned, already seeing bands of rain and wind moving in. We do have areas of showers that are gradually continuing to move northward. Seeing there's nothing on velocity or debris tracker, which is good, but we did have a couple tornado warnings earlier. So overall, guys, today, just watch out for this rain. Mike Prangley is going to talk a little bit more, though,
Thanks,
about
guys, for
the
listening.
timing, the impacts, and what you can expect all coming up throughout the rest of this afternoon. Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Amanda. And we're taking a look. I'm just looking around the area right now, and we've got a long way to go. You said on the storm, it's pretty quiet out there right now, but things are quickly going to change as we head through even this morning into the afternoon. So as Caitlin was talking about, we're going to look for things like the Skyway Bridge being shut down because those wind gusts will be starting to get over 40 miles per hour. In fact, the update overnight and our update from the National Hurricane Center is going to be coming in very shortly. And unfortunately, it looks like this storm, if anything, will be more intense and undergo rapid intensification. So right now, we look across beautiful Tampa Bay.
We're getting a new update
Nice
soon.
and low,
Let's see what this one says.
Creek Town, dude.
Between about 5 p.m. tomorrow evening
Here we go.
and 5 a.m. come Friday morning. Baker, Union, Bradford, Columbia County, you folks are going to be pretty much getting the worst of the entire storm here.
Right.
Wind gusts anywhere from about 70 upwards of 90 miles per hour. That could certainly cause
I'm
a
here
lot
to
of flying
entertain
debris.
y'all.
That's broken tree limbs, a lot of downed trees, power lines,
And
things of
myself.
that nature. You could begin to see not only minor but potentially major roof damage. So prepare yourselves for that, and also expect extensive power outages, especially in some of those more rural communities that might take a little bit longer to get the power back on. Also, with the trees coming down, a lot of those rural roads will certainly potentially be impassable as well. So just keep that in mind. Again, after I'd say 4 to 5 p.m. tomorrow night, you want to just hunker down, stay at home, stay in your safe spot, and kind of just ride out the storm from there, because between about 6 p.m. and midnight tomorrow night, that is going to be the worst of the storm out there along I-75 and for many of our western counties. Now, heading up a little bit further north into southeast Georgia, this is where Charleston,
This is Key
Brandon,
West.
Pierce counties, worst of the storm is going to be a little bit later in the evening. Of course, the storm's moving from south to north, so about 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. will be the worst of it. Wind gusts of 60 to 75 miles per hour, and a few isolated tornadoes will still be possible. Nearly
I'll be right
everyone
back, guys.
We'll see an isolated tornado risk here over about the next 24 to 36 hours. St. John's, Flagler counties, 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. will be the worst 12-hour window for you. Similar story for Clay and Putnam counties as well, maybe just slightly earlier by an hour or two. But overall, you're not going to see a whole lot of variation for some of our more coastal southern counties here across the First Coast. And then Glenn, Camden, Nassau County probably has the best chance to not only see tornadoes there, as I had mentioned. Southeast Georgia is going to likely be the bullseye for the best chance to see tornado warnings, but also storm surge as well of about 2 to 4 feet, especially as the storm moves on shore. We'll get those winds, again, anywhere from about 40 to 60 miles per hour. I think a few coastal areas could push close to about 65 tomorrow evening. And then really, it's a terrible day to be out on the water. Sea is going to be certainly very high. And again, that storm surge is going to be the highest up there in southeast Georgia. So here's just everything kind of in a nutshell as best we can to try to get over to you. So making landfall tomorrow evening between about 7 and 9 p.m. in Appalachia Bay. Although we're still far away from the eye, we're going to feel those impacts throughout the day. Bands and waves of rain moving in throughout much of the day tomorrow, many of which will carry that isolated tornado risk. Some heavy downpours could certainly lead to some street flooding as well. And then the wind gusts through most of your day. So from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., think wind gusts 30 to 40. By the time you're driving home from work, you're getting home to maybe sit down and eat dinner. That's when the winds start to pick up 50 to 60 miles per hour for Jacksonville. For you folks who live out further westward towards the Lake City, wind gusts going to be pushing closer to 70, 80, if not even 90 miles per hour. So we're going to have much more on Hurricane Helene. The next update comes out in just under 3 hours at 11 p.m. So I urge you to tune into First Coast News at 11 for that update. But until then, I'm meteorologist Ross Mumal, First Coast News on your side.
This has been a First Coast News on your side special report tracking Helene. This is a First Coast News on your side special report tracking Helene.
Good evening, folks. Thank you for tuning in tonight. I'm meteorologist Ross Mumal. Latest from the National Hurricane Center, the 8 p.m. advisory. Not looking necessarily a whole lot different from the 5 p.m. Still, a Category 1 Hurricane Helene is with sustained winds of 85 miles per hour now, just beginning to move to the north of Cancun at about 12 miles per hour. So as she continues to move into the very warm ocean waters of the southern Gulf of Mexico, Helene is going to strengthen more and more and more eventually likely intensifying into at least a Category 4 hurricane before she eventually makes landfall near Florida's Big Bend. So here is the latest cone also from the National Hurricane Center. You'll notice the last couple of advisories and days even, the cone has gotten more narrow and narrow.
So yeah, I mean,
so we're really
this case
beginning
is
to
just
zone
nuts.
in on the western part of Appalachia Bay, really just to the south of
Oops,
Tallahassee.
I forgot I had the news
If you have
on.
any family or friends in the Tallahassee area, they are going to be smack dab in the center of where Helene is eventually going to trek over. Now, overnight tonight, likely over about the next 3 to 6 hours, we do expect her to strengthen into at least a Category 2 storm. And then, as I had said before, a Category 4 storm by tomorrow afternoon with winds upwards of about 130 miles per hour. Gusts could be anywhere from 150 to 160 miles per hour there before eventually making landfall tomorrow evening, really between about 7 and 9 p.m. there in Appalachia
So the
Bay.
panhandle's
Now,
gonna be
this whole time,
bad.
just think of the very strong winds. You see them wrapping around here. That's all going to be feeding up into Appalachia Bay. So a ton of water feeding up into that area. The National Hurricane Center has upgraded really the storm surge threat for this area. So 15 to 20 feet from the most northern part of the bay there. 10 to 15 slightly further to the south down towards Crystal River, and a similar story as you head out towards Panama City. So storm surge threat increasing for those folks. Here
Is that right, sweet one? Wow.
More so for about a 1 to 3
I don't know.
foot
I'm going to
storm
see what
surge,
it's like,
at
you
the
know,
beaches,
come
in those tidal
sunrise.
areas and estuaries, and also for the St. Johns River. So you could see some minor flooding, especially if you
We
do get
shall
some heavier
see.
rain.
I have
So
rooms
that
booked for the
freshwater
next 2
flooding on
nights.
top
I want to
of
thank
some of the
everyone
very
who
minimal storm surge that we are going to see here, especially at high tide
Hello, can you
tomorrow
guys hear me
between about
still?
4 and 6 p.m.
I want to
for
thank
many of our
everybody who
waterways
helped me
around
out
the
by
First Coast. But here's the
sending
latest watches
donations.
and warnings. Not much has changed
Appreciate
here
y'all.
throughout the day. Nearly all of us are in that tropical storm warning. Besides Clinch and Columbia counties, they are in that hurricane warning. So for you folks right out along that I-75 corridor, you are going to be in that hurricane warning and continuing further
I want to
westward
make
there
that bigger.
out
Hold
towards
on.
Tallahassee and even Panama City. So that is what to expect over the next 24 hours. Now, for the time being, we're already seeing a lot of showers streaming in, the heaviest of which are primarily right along the Gulf Coast. So west of Gainesville, southwest of Lake City, but we have had a few thunderstorms make their way in across some of our more southern counties, areas like St. Augustine, Green Cove, Ponte Vedra seeing a few heavier downpours. So expect some showery weather here over the next couple of hours. And really that's going to continue overnight and into tomorrow. If you've lived in Florida before, you know it's not typically
The waves are getting intense, y'all.
all the time, 24/7.
Look at that
when you
shit.
do have a hurricane come in. It typically comes in waves. You get these bands of rain and storms rolling on through, some of which will carry an isolated tornado risk. Now, this evening, our threat isn't zero, but it is low, at least for the time being. But certainly by tomorrow morning and then throughout the day, any of those bands coming on shore will have the possibility of seeing a few spin-ups within it, and those storms and potential tornado threats will be moving very, very quickly.
7 minutes,
You're gonna wanna make
thank
sure
you.
You have multiple ways to receive those warnings and alerts on your phone so you can get to your safe space as soon as possible.
2 a.m., think of this as kind of that last heavy torrential downpour because the storm moves well north of us into the Carolinas by 7 a.m.
Hold on, I want to find a good. I want to find where I can get a good update. Who's this guy? Oh, these are cameras. That's pretty cool. He's got Fort Myers, Tallahassee, another one at Tallahassee, and then the Key West. That's a pretty cool stream. Sloppy Joe's. Ooh, it's pretty windy. Look at the canopies and stuff, guys.
Righty.
Okay, that's not live.
Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows,
and vehicles will occur.
I wonder if I can play the scanner from... Hold on.
Staying hunkered down in that location, in that safe space in your home until the storm passes you by. Again, this is just about to nose its way towards the alley there on 75. If you want to go ahead and take Jason at the wall, I think he's set up with the hand tracker. And he can get a closer look at that. Yeah. Keep the Doppler 2 source as well.
Yeah. Thanks, Jim. And I know you're probably not used to seeing all of these colors. Is probably a lot to take in. So that's why we're here for you to kind of pinpoint all of the threats that it will come with Hurricane Helene and its outer bands. So the area and Jim, it looks like with some of these latest scans that maybe the rotation
Ryan
is not
Hall, y'all,
as pronounced, but we were looking right through here maybe.
See up all night?
As we continue to see this track off to the north and northwest, and I believe, Jim, you said it was coming in at about 40 miles per hour. This is a fast moving cell. I want to switch
tornado
back
warning for Collier,
to
Florida.
The NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar, just to kind of give you a sense of the cell that we're talking about. And you can see it looks like a little bit of a hook signature. Sometimes you can see these little hooks in the what we call the radar reflectivity or the radar, and that just means that the winds are twisting, that the cell is rotating.
This is what you get on the outer bands of these storms.
Tornado. So
tornadoes.
that's why the National Weather Service has issued that tornado warning that goes until 5:30 this morning as it races off to the
He's from Arkansas
the north and northwest. Let me go ahead and clear that off of the map.
Ryan
and what
Hall,
I want to do now
y'all.
is put a storm track on this just to give you a better idea of the communities that will be impacted. So just to give you that wider view, if you happen to be getting that tornado alert and you're in Naples, Marco Island,
I need somebody who's 24/7 to give me updates.
You are not in that tornado warn area.
It's from
We're talking about
Texas.
the area highlighted in the red. So that's mainly Golden Gate Estates. So
I
that's,
stick with local when
essentially
my ass is in a
crossing
hurricane.
Right over the alley and then heading up to the north and
I ain't going
northwest
with no
up
Ryan
toward
Hall,
Immokalee
y'all.
Road.
When I'm in a
So
hurricane,
let's
I'm
put a
going
track
with
on
my
this
local
just to give you a
news.
better idea of the locations that
Doppler.
could be impacted by potential
I'm just kidding. I don't know who
tornadoes. So we'll
Ryan
draw
Hall
this
is.
up, and I believe we'll give you a little more lead time. We'll have it coming in around
He has storm
I'd say
chasers
about
there? Oh, wow.
44, 45 miles per hour. So this is when you need to be in your safe place. Immokalee, around 5:23, you're in the Lake Trafford area. 5:24, this would also include Ave Maria. So inland sections of Collier County along Immokalee Road.
That's
this
south
is the
down by
cell
Fort Myers.
that we're concerned
White
about
Boy
that could
Radio,
be spawning a
damaged
potential
goods.
tornado.
Stay
Jim, are you
safe,
seeing any
you guys.
changes here in terms of the rotation detection? Are you noticing any interesting trends?
Certainly doesn't look as well defined on the radar presentation, Jason. The problem is the where it is on radar is in the sort of range folding, so we can't quite pick out that.
My
couple to
sister's
see
in Naples.
what
Say
the
prayers
state
for
of it
the
is right
people
now,
in this
but,
path, guys.
certainly somewhat of a hook signature at this point in time. No question there. And as we continue to watch this here,
I was just kidding about
see if
Ryan
that
Hall. I don't
tightens
know who
up.
he
It
is.
was right before it moved over that, or under that rather, range folding area. It was looking like it was perhaps weakening a little bit.
It just sounded funny,
in
Ryan
that
Hall,
signature.
y'all.
Yeah, so we're sampling the storm from a radar site right about here. So what Jim is talking about, the farther away you get from the radar, the higher the radar beam hits up in the atmosphere, and sometimes you can get little
screw
artifacts
WFLA.
where the
They
radar
sued
data
me.
maybe not be coming in quite as clear.
I won't play
But
their
one
shit.
thing that is clear, as obviously the National Weather Service is seeing that
WFLA,
too, is there are
FDO.
indications of rotation in that cell, even though it might not appear to us right now that it's quite as strong. We're going to keep a very close eye on that and watch for any potential changes. Again, this includes Orange Tree, Ave
JB, you
Maria,
need to stand the
and
fuck
Immokalee.
down.
You need to go ahead and get to a safe place. Best thing that you can do probably is interior-most part of your home. You want to get away from the outer walls, away from windows.
No
Turn up
one
your
knows
TV
where this
so you
fuck-
can hear
where
Jim
this
and I,
guy's
and
from.
then we can tell you.
They
when
just
it's
know he
safe to
says
come
y'all, so he's from everybody's state, I guess. I don't fucking know. We need to be live for the update,
Here on the
though.
East Coast, we are already getting rain, and yesterday evening there were even storms underway. So even though Helene has not made landfall, we are still getting remnants
of Helene at this hour.
No.
So just wanted to make sure.
WFLA didn't sue me. Their parent company, Nexstar Media, sued me, which is even worse. See, now what's this bullshit? Look at putting that on there like it's some kind of evidence. I can't. This case makes me sick anymore, you know it? Of course, they're not talking. When do they think it is? Nighttime or some shit? Wake up.
Hurricane Helene, I'm Jamison Euler here with
Here we go.
Lockerbie.
Thanks for waking up with us. We have continued coverage, team coverage for you throughout the day on the impacts here. We are
Thank you, Sandy
giving you
Bum.
a look at the latest. We want to show you some video out of Marco Island right now this morning where you can see
Okay,
the
but
winds
dude,
battering our palm trees down there to our
listen.
south and the heavy rain with it. We're seeing the
Listen,
bands of the
Linda.
storm move through the area here, and of course this.
Listen, Linda. 6 hours ago, don't help my ass. That's what I'm saying. When you're in an active storm, your ass don't go back to some 6 hours ago. You need in-the-minute coverage. You need to know if there's a damn tornado coming your way. That don't help me.
Storm surge is what we are all keeping an eye on. It could be catastrophic for the Florida region as the day unfolds here.
That's
Later
ludicrous.
On this evening is when we're supposed to see the major impacts
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. 40 million people, not only here in Florida, but Georgia, Alabama, all under hurricane and tropical storm warnings. Numerous evacuations have been ordered along the Florida Gulf Coast, including Sarasota.
No,
and
I don't
Charlotte
need
counties.
Ryan. He ain't
Evacuation
live.
Zones A, all up and down our coast, have been all told to leave, and that includes us
Yes.
at 10 Tampa Bay. We are in evacuation zone A, right off of Gandy there in Pinellas County in
Same.
St. Petersburg. We are in our temporary studio this morning, still
Yeah.
bringing you the forecast, keeping you informed, prepared, and connected all day, all night long.
Yes. So thanks for sticking with us. We are going to keep you updated throughout the day. And we just got that 5 a.m. update from the National Weather Service. We do have an update on the hurricane strength. So let's check back in with meteorologist Amanda Pappas.
All right,
keeping us
here we go.
informed.
Good morning. We're going to keep you informed, prepared, and connected, and most of all, safe and calm during this storm. So the brand new 5 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center is in. The system still maintaining those winds at 90 miles per hour, still maintaining that Category 1 strength. Here's the latest as you were sleeping and as you're waking up right now, what you need to know. The latest change in that forecast cone is that we do see it was downgraded by the time it makes landfall. Now
Gonna be a
anticipated
3.
to only be a Category 3, but that potential to see a Cat 4
It's
is
J for
still
J,
in
y'all.
there. So even though we could see it become downgraded by the time it makes landfall, we still anticipate that rapid intensification in the next 6 hours for this system to become a major hurricane. A Cat 3 is no joke, people. We want you to take this seriously. We also don't want you to be scared. We're here to keep you safe and keep you calm all throughout the storm. So don't worry, hunker down today. We want you to stay indoors, no traveling if you can help it. We do see that we have it making landfall, then continuing as a Category 1 as it pushes into Georgia. That's going to bring flash flooding, major flood threat to other portions of the southeast, including South Carolina, into the mountains as well. And also severe weather is going to continue to track and trail into those areas too. So it's not just us feeling the impacts, but the entire southeast is going to be feeling impacts from Hurricane Helene. This is going to be a much larger system than we've ever seen before passing by. So even though we're not in the cone, those impacts are going to be felt far outside of the center.
Fuck was that?
And this is the #1 and most deadly impact that there is. Storm surge with any tropical system. You're going to be okay as long as you evacuated. I hope you evacuated if you were in zone A like we did, of course, ourselves. That's why we're here today. And we do see that the worst storm surge is going to be the farther north you travel. The farther south, the surge is staying relatively calm. We saw those live looks from Southwest Florida. 3 to 5 feet of surge we're expecting there. Meanwhile, 10 to 15 feet over towards portions of the Big Bend with the main path right here over towards Perry, Steinhatchee. 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. That's much more than what we've seen previously with Debbie and Adalia. We see the
Dude.
bands of rain and wind are starting to
They're
move
all
into our
messed up because they're in their mobile studio. What, Robin? Jay.
area. And here's a live look at radar. But coming up, we're going to continue to go over and monitor those impacts with you, seeing some lighter rain for Pinellas and Hillsborough County. But Mike Prangley is here as well with me to go over some of those.
We're not
going to
get that much, guys.
Right. Big local impact. So reading the latest from the National Hurricane
Turn on
Center
his
is at
mic.
5 a.m.
There we go.
What we're looking for is this hurricane to undergo rapid intensification. It's reorganizing as I speak. And as it moves to the north today, it's going to accelerate and pick up steam as it
It'll
moves
be
to the
okay,
north.
guys.
So we're going to see conditions go downhill rapidly, especially by later this morning and this afternoon. We look outside live here at home. We've got temperatures right around 80
What
degrees.
are big
and for
sources,
the most part,
though?
Yeah, just
Ryan
a few showers
Hall
from time to time, but we're starting to see that
the
wind pick
official
up across
news?
the area. So what we're going to look for this morning is that wind really picking up to near 40 miles.
You guys just told me you get your weather from a guy who has his own storm chasers. These people are going by the National Weather Service or whatever, Hurricane Center.
Per hour as we head into mid to late mornings. That's significant because of the area bridges. So another reason why we're telling you just to stay put and enjoy your time away from, just staying home.
Who's
staying
Reed?
Put and just continuing to stay tuned, and of course we'll be here for you throughout. But notice we've got those wind gusts really picking up late morning into the afternoon. And as we look at our severe weather outlook, one of the big impacts is we will start to see increasing bands of showers and maybe even some isolated tornadoes as we head into mid to late morning, and especially this afternoon.
Who's
So you see
Reed
this
Timmer?
yellow shading across most of Florida. That's a level 2 out of 5 severe weather risk, and that means yes, tornadoes will be likely out there
my
as
God.
these bands of rain start to increase from
Now
south
he's
to
from
north across
Kentucky.
the area. So Manatee and Sarasota counties,
Never
we'll
heard
start
of
to see
'em.
things go downhill between about 10 and noon. Then we head into Pinellas County, into areas of Hillsborough County.
That's me,
Pasco, as
Pinellas.
we head between noon and 2, and then up toward our areas for our friends up toward
Between noon and 2
Crystal
tomorrow.
River, where we have Jennifer Titus up there. She'll see things go downhill between 2 and 4. And you see that big eye wall
Yeah, I'm getting
coming
tired.
ashore toward Perry as we head toward late tonight between 10 and 11 o'clock. And then things will slowly improve Friday. But again, it's one of those things where the next couple days, travel not really advised. So the big impact we've got between now, Friday at 6 a.m., storm surge of 5 to 8 feet plus, watching the heavy rain.
Well,
and the
it would be
winds.
nice if maybe he'll be live during the thing. I'll check him out. All right.
Yeah, there'll be a few of us that see some 80-mile-per-hour gusts, especially to the north of Clearwater and Tampa. Even though on the beaches in Pinellas County, we could easily see a hurricane
Y'all seem
force
to know
gust.
this dude's whole life. You got him living in 8 fucking different states. You guys need to go read his bio and report back. All right, I need to go to bed, guys. Thanks for sticking around and hanging out with me. I wish I could just keep the stream going. I mean, I could, but Mike's Weather Channel, he's from Oldsmar, but he's sleeping. See, I stayed up at the wrong time, right? Heading to bed. I know, I'm going to get some sleep too. I'll check in with you guys in the AM and let you know what we're doing, when we're doing it. We'll be keeping up with each other during this, okay, guys? I love all of your weathermen. Don't be mad at me. Will you be able to sleep? Yeah, I'll definitely check in the morning. Because we're not supposed to get this till later in the morning, so. All right, I'm out. Get some sleep, guys. I love you guys. Thank you so much for all of your support, for the thumbs up, for hanging out with me, for listening to Websleuths and everything else. Thanks so much. Until the next one, I'll check in with y'all in the morning. Wait, hold on. I've got another thank you before we leave. Amy. Oh, Amy. Thank you. She says, stay safe. Thank you, Amy, for your PayPal. Good night, everybody. Good night, moderators. You guys stay safe out there. And comment in the comment section how you're doing if you are in the path of the storm. And I'll see you guys in just a few hours. Good night and stay safe. Or good morning. Or good afternoon. Wherever the hell you are. Goodbye.